that failed before. You say tomorrow will be like today. You say everything we learned was for naught. You say still, oh, I'll take what you got. Well, this room that was yours has become a bore, and I'm stumbling through the dark and feeling for an exit door. Gotta be a way out of here. I know. There's gotta be a way out of here. Yeah, yeah.
I think there we go. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. So yeah, we are back. It's as you know, I think I've covered it the past 2 streams. I feel it's been a trying week and a half. Yesterday, like Saturday was supposed to be the last day, then Saturday, then Sunday is supposed to be the last day, and now there's still more to do. Like, it's taking the fucking piss. Mum told him to go away for 3 days and like come back and finish it Thursday. Which I'd rather today would have been the last day. I would rather like him just finish it today. That way, that's it. It's done. Now Thursday, if I had something planned, or if I felt like I wanted to do anything Thursday, I can't now because I can't commit into. Whilst he's here doing stuff, I can't commit to anything because I'm constantly being interrupted, being asked to do stuff, and the job that needs to be done is literally a stripe at the top, a stripe of paint at the top, literally a stripe going round in a square, and a stripe at the bottom, and like. That's it, really. Maybe a little something else, I don't know, but like essentially I'm not a painter, I'm not a decorator, but I feel like what he has to do shouldn't take him more than an hour or 2. If he's really good at the job, really efficient, which he hasn't been, he could do it in like an hour or 2 tops. I don't think it's going to take more than an hour or 2, but I feel like it's going to be dragged out the whole fucking day. I'm going to be constantly asked to do, constantly be interrupted, so I can't commit to anything. And a whole week and a half this shit, you know, I can't commit to anything. I can't, because usually when I'm asked to help out to do stuff, it's I do it and then I'm done and I can get on with my own stuff, right? Like I can plan around what I'm asked to do, right? I can work around it. Whereas where he's been here the past week and a half, all day, it's constant interruptions, and I'm constantly being asked to do stuff. The 2 ladies didn't read, by the way, for anyone who's hasn't watched the past 2 streams, for the visual novel and an Ashful before that, I think, I believe. Basically, we've had a person come around through the kitchen. Originally, it started with putting blinds up. Then it went from putting the blinds up to chopping the wood off to because the blinds wouldn't fit it. Then it went from that to painting the whole kitchen, and it's been a whole week and a half of this shit. And there's been arguments in the household. Everyone's weighed in the family. Friends have weighed in. Arguments have erupted in the household. You know, things have been quite stressy and quite tense. All over painting the kitchen, I know, but that's just how it's been the past week and a half. It's been a fucking steamy pile of bullshit. And yeah, it's just been aggravating. It's been absolutely aggravating. But yeah, let's actually get into it now and play some Palia. You know, I'd rather him been finished today. But it's fine. I'd rather him have been finished today, but unfortunately that's not going to happen because I'm undecided. You know, go away for 3 days. I want to break for 3 days, right? I'm like, just get it done. You got today to finish it. Get it done, or I will find somebody else. I would have even let it get to a week and a half. I'm pretty sure I even said this. I would have given him a couple. Like, how long does it usually take to paint a kitchen? I would have asked friends, maybe asked relatives. How long does it paint? Get an average estimated time of how long it takes to paint a kitchen, right? So small. This is how big the kitchen is. how long do you think, right? And the average, if the average is like, you know, maybe if the average is like 2 days, okay, fine. It usually takes 2 days to paint the kitchen. I'll give you 3 days. You've got a whole extra day. Usually it takes 2, I'll give you 3. But that's not enough to do that. Fine, I'll give you 4 days then. That is double the amount of days it takes, right? 4 days to 4 days to paint the kitchen. I don't care if you're here for the whole day, every single day for 4 days. You're here for the 4 days, for the whole day. I'll pay you for your time. If it's not done by the end of the 4th day, you finish up what you've done, and then I will find somebody else to do the rest. That's it. I would have put my foot down. I would have fucking handled it. Right, but unfortunately my mother being how she is and everything that she has going on with her, you know, it's not that easy, which I understand, I get that, but it's been a trying week and a half, and I can't commit to anything because I'm being constantly interrupted. Again, it's nothing hard, nothing taxing, but yeah, anyways, it's been a trying week and a half, and you know, let's actually get down and play some stuff. And I've got 3 days to basically do my own thing, and you know. But if it's not done by when he comes Thursday, there's more to do. I'm sorry, but I'm putting my foot down. I'm putting my foot down Thursday. If it's not done by Thursday, I'm putting my foot down. Thursday is the last day. I would rather him finish up today, and then that way that's it. But it isn't. So, you know, obviously Palia today, Cloudpunk tomorrow, then Cloudpunk again Wednesday, because they did do Cloudpunk last week. Day I was supposed to do that, so I just take the day off because I just wanted to relax. So Cloudpunk Tuesday, Cloudpunk Wednesday, and then Thursday obviously I'm going to be constantly interrupted. Even though it's going to only take maybe an hour or 2 to finish up, I suspect it's going to take the whole day, magically going to take the whole day somehow. And my mum being how she is, she's not going to put her foot down and ask him to get a move on. Maybe she will, maybe I'm, you know, I'm not, I know I'm not thinking very highly of my mum, but you've got to understand, I've been her son for 28 years. You know, I even said this to my mum the other day, it's the boy who cried wolf. It's the boy who cried wolf. You know, I love my mum, and I really do want her to, you know, better herself and get better. You know, because that benefits me, right? Her getting better, you know, frees me up to do my own thing more, right? But at the same time, you know, I guess I'm kind of jaded. Like I've seen enough where I'm like, you know, I'm not, you know, low expectations. Right, I think that's the thing, right? Which I know it's horrible to say that. I know it's horrible to think that and say that, but you know, I'm going into it with low expectations, right? If I'm pleasantly surprised, great, that's grand. But I go into it when it comes to my family, not just my mum, when it comes to my whole family, I go into it with low expectations. Low expectations. This family is a pain in the ass. By the way, I'm not just stalling for time. The game's updating, so I've actually just got to wait until it's updated. It's downloading a lot, so we're just kind of sitting here right now waiting for it to download. So let's try a different station. Hey, I've updated it now for all the music links and stuff, as you saw at the start as well. I was changing the little text there. I've updated. For those who don't know, I've switched from NCS to using Pretzel. Originally there was you get a month free trial, and I was going to do that, but then in the premium channel someone posted that Pretzel was partnered with Twitch to get 3 months for free, and I was like, well, I do stream on Twitch. Technically I stream on 3 other platforms as well, but technically speaking I do stream to Twitch. It's just not the only platform I stream on. However, at the time of activating the 3-month deal, I also have Amazon Prime as well, because I paid for a week of Amazon Prime. So I wanted to order some stuff from Amazon. It offered me a week for £1, so I did that. So at the time of activating it, not only am I streaming to Twitch, but I also had Amazon Prime. I don't know if I still have it now, but I had Amazon Prime, so you know, I feel like I'm entitled to it. But what you feel you are, you know, either way, right? Like, I feel like I've got ground to stand on. However, you know, if Pretzel have a go at me, he's like, well, you're only licensed to use our stuff on YouTube and Twitch. It's like, well, what am I supposed to do for Trovo and Kick? Because they don't have options to mute the music, and outside of Twitch, no other platform has the option to turn music off in the VOD tracks. Only Twitch allows you to do that. So what am I supposed to do? Just not have music on those streams? Like, I can't... Like, am I supposed to stream to those two platforms with a separate PC, have 2 active streams going, and then on those platforms I just don't have any music? Like, yeah, come on, man. That's really inconvenient and a huge pain in the ass for me. So right now I'm just gonna wing it. I've ticked the box on Pretzel for YouTube safe music, so the music that I'm streaming is safe for Twitch and safe for YouTube, and hopefully, fingers crossed, I don't get any problems on Trovo or Kick. But if I do, then obviously I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, right? I've done everything. I've done all I can to use music that is safe and licensed and everything. It's not licensed for Kick or Trovo, but as I said, pardon me, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Right now, I'm just gonna wing it. I've done what I can to prevent any copyright or DMCA issues. You know, I've done what I can. There's nothing more I can do. Also, I'm requesting Pretzel to license the music for Kick and Trovo as well, but then they were like, well, that's down to the labels and stuff and everything. So I'm just gonna wing it, and if I get told off, then you know, as the saying goes, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. As the saying goes, right? It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. So I will just stream now with Pretzel, and if I get told off, like, this isn't licensed for Trovo, it's like, well, are you gonna penalize me? Like, what's gonna go on here? Because I stream to those platforms as well, and I can't just mute the music for those specific platforms. There's no option for that. That's not how it works. So how am I supposed to go about that? Apparently Palia's giving me an error. Okay, it won't update the launcher. Let's launcher's administrator, I guess. Maybe that will work. No, it's giving me an error on that too. Open file location. Let's uninstall Palia and reinstall Palia, I guess. This is grand. This is great stream, innit? What a great stream. Such a great stream. Whoa, what the hell was that? If I was moving the programmer band, it was like... It's like, it took a shit. Automatically removes digital files, yes. I'm gonna have to uninstall Palia. Yeah, I'm gonna have to uninstall you. Because you're being a pain. Sorry, Palia, but I'm gonna have to uninstall you and reinstall you. 16 gigs too, so that's gonna be fun to re-download. Oh boy, can't wait to re-download. Can't wait to re-download an entire fucking 16 gig game with my internet whilst streaming. Oh boy, oh boy, it's gonna be fun. Oh boy. Boy, I can't wait. Download the game. Palia launcher. Installer. Downloads. Oh boy, I can't wait to re-download this game. Yay. Oh yeah. Well, at least it gives us time to talk. Right? At least it gives us time to talk. Okay. Okay, Palia is giving me an error. I've uninstalled the game. I've reinstalled it. What am I supposed to do? What are they doing? About to fetch manifest. Is anybody else getting this error? Has anybody else said this? Let's try run as administrator. Oh. Running as administrator. Running as administrator apparently fixed it. That fixed it. Oh man, well we're sitting here downloading the game. So it is downloading for anyone who wants to, for anyone who's like, so are you playing the game or what? It is downloading. Okay, I'm doing what I can. It is downloading. It is actively downloading. I just gotta wait for game to download. So nothing more I can do. I'm sorry. I'm doing what I can here. Just interesting me, just out of curiosity. I want to see how I want to see what's my internet speeds like with me streaming and everything. I want to see. I've got music playing at high quality. I'm streaming. Apparently it's so low, I guess, that that speed test, which is what I use, doesn't want to connect. Oh, it's doing it. It's doing it. My ping is apparently 36 right now, and I currently am getting 8 megabytes. 6. It's going down to 5. It's going down to 5. I've got 5, and I've almost got 10 megabytes upload. Wait, almost 10. Oh, 10 upload. I got 10 upload, 5 download. Whilst I'm actively streaming, playing high-end music. Oh, and I'm downloading the game. That's another thing too, isn't it? I'm downloading the game as well, so I'm left with 5 download, 10 upload. And that's with streaming, playing high-quality music, and actively downloading the game. Which isn't too bad. That's not too bad. So sorry if it's bugging out. No packet loss or anything. It's not a bad song. want to go down to... Where's NHS? NHS VHS? Where's NHS? That'd be a weird playlist. I want to do the 80s one. I want to try it out. Well, we've got some frames dropping from network because we are actually downloading the game. So... I know it's annoying. It's annoying, but unfortunately, you know, the game's like, you know, we're giving you an error. I know it's a small team and they're doing what they can, you know, but it's just it's annoying.
It is dark outside. You're probably not at home. I just wanna ride my bike, 'cause I don't wanna feel alone. You're probably out drinking.
Right, I suppose we can play another game for a bit because it's downloading. We'll play something else whilst I'm waiting for that to download. Actually, let me keep playing the music because why am I pausing the music whilst I'm deciding what to play? I guess we'll play DJ Max Respect whilst we're waiting for it to download. And then we want there we are. Oh, $85, 5, 5, 5, na la la. I'm doing so bad here. Not the best, but we got through it. That's the main thing. Oh man. Video height. Maybe put that to 200. Maybe. Well, let me put that there and then. Oh, yeah. What's that looking like? I don't know. That a little bit intrusive. Maybe 150 with the 125. Let's do 150. Is that a bit better? So let's see at that. What's that looking like? Yeah, bit better. I think maybe 150 then. It'd be a 150. I like how restream is just like it's lagging so far behind. It's not even funny. Because on my stream I can see. I'm like, can I see it? Is it there? I'm like, you fucking moron! The game's showing on OBS. I can actively see the preview of the game on OBS. I'm actively like adjusting the visualizer, which I'm adjusting on the height, and I can see that going. I'm adjusting it based on that as well. You bloody moron. No, that's not what I do. Oh, who was that? Oh, who was that? I got something. Amy Mortez. Thank you, Amy Mortez, for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. If you're here for if you're wondering why we're not playing Palia right now, it's well, the game could give me errors. So I couldn't launch the game. So I've had to uninstall the game, re-download it, run it as admin. I think that's what got it to work. So hey, how you getting on? Having a good day? How are you? Do you play Palia? I'm fine, thank you. I'm just updating Palia and playing another game whilst I wait for it to re-download the entire game. So we're at 25%, so we're making good progress. How are you getting on? Yeah, no, it is actually actively showing on there now, so that's good. That is good. Let's continue, I guess. How's it looking? How is it looking? Yeah, that's looking good. That's looking all right. As I said, my day's going all right. Slow day, but compared to previous days, that's pretty good. You're waiting for Palia to re-download. How was your day going? Let's boost this to. I don't know. I think some people have it on 5. What is the highest speed you can go to on this game? Oh god, it's 9.0. Fuck it, let's try 5.0. What games do you play? I play right now Palia, Palia, Cloudpunk, Ace Academy, which is a visual novel, and then fighting games. Oh no, that's too fast. That's just too fast. I can't even see them when they're on the screen like that. The forward speed is 2, so let's go to 5. I think maybe. Do you stream every? Oh, nice collection. Yeah, well, it's not bad. Obviously, Ace Academy is a visual novel. I do that once a week, usually on a Saturday. Cloudpunk is, I feel, usually during the week. That's a sci-fi story game, like Cyberpunk, Blade Runner, Total Recall. Probably Blade Runner. I'd say more Blade Runner than anything. Like, it's like Blade Runner, but you Blade Runner. I'd say Blade Runner mixed with what's that one with Mila Jovovich in it? Like the guy's a taxi driver. He was also in Die Hard. Bruce Willis and Mila Jovovich. It's like it's him, but in Blade Runner, because his character's a taxi driver, I believe, in that film. So it's him. It's him as a taxi driver in the world of Blade Runner. That's Cloudpunk, and you play as a female character. So I guess it would be me if Mila Jovovich from that film was the taxi driver in Blade Runner. That's Cloudpunk. And that's a cool game. The fighting games. I was playing Mortal Kombat. I was practicing Mortal Kombat in preparation for Mortal Kombat 1 that's coming up next month. So I stopped playing that now, and I'm now playing. I think I started playing Melty Blood, and I've got a couple of fighting games I want to play, but I've taken a break from fighting games for a little bit. But I do plan to get back to them. It is an active series that I do. I haven't done it for like a couple of weeks. But yeah, and then Palia. I recently finished playing Ashfall, which was play test, closed beta. They had that going for like 2 weeks. I recently just done a second stream for that, but now that's over, so it's just Palia now. I'm liking Palia. Palia is a social MMO with a focus on gathering the side, focus on professions. Right, that's the whole point of Palia. Your focus is literally professions. On other MMOs, it's, I think, the only MMO. Sorry, much love to your stream. I appreciate that. Thank you. But no, I don't stream every day. I stream maybe 3. I'd say average. The average is 3 to 4 times a week, I would say. Last week it was like maybe 2 to 3 streams, maybe. But it's been a busy week and a half. But sorry, what would you like to ask? What would you like to ask? But yeah, I would say on average it's 3 to 4 per week. Yeah, I can do this speed. Oh god. Oh boy, boy, boy. We're gonna have to restart this a few times. Would you be interested in some custom designs? I already have people that I have that do that for me. But I appreciate the offer though, thank you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, this is far. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. No. Oh. That was Jesus. Can I have your Discord? I'll pass. Thank you on sharing my Discord. As I said, I appreciate the offer. I really do appreciate it. You taking time to offer that to me. But as I said, I already have somebody who does my graphics for me, custom graphics and stuff. I have two people actually. Well, I say I have two people. I have one that I go to right now, and then there's someone who's a backup. Who, if the person who I usually go to can't do it, then I have somebody else that I would go to. So I appreciate the offer, but I'm fine, thank you. I already have people who do my stuff for me. So. How long is it? Oh, excuse me. Rip and tear until it's done. Excuse me. Oh, man. Some people go, what the hell was he talking about? I farted. That's what happened. I farted. I done did the toot. That's what happened. But I would share that information with you. But no, it's 42% right now. And I apologise for that, everyone. You know, it'd be nice to play Palia, but unfortunately, you know, Palia is being buggy right now. And so re-downloading the game, and even to re-download it, I think it gave me errors like when it was installed. So I think eventually I had to run it as admin. And then run it eventually. I don't know how many times it took me, but I think maybe I ran it normally, didn't do it, ran it as admin, then it's like, yeah, okay, now you can reinstall the game. So I had to run it as admin just to get it to download and install, because it wants to be annoying and awkward. But I've done what I can. Oh yeah, I replied to the support ticket for anyone who's curious. I replied to the support ticket. So when it was in closed beta, I had performance issues, right? I'm sure I mentioned that on stream. And they was like, can you give us like a DirectX diagnostic check and your logs from Palia and try this stuff? And I don't think I tried any of it. I'm sure I tried some of it without them saying, but I haven't tried anything that they suggested since reading it. But I supplied what they asked, and they was like, try running it as admin, and I think maybe and do this and that, and it's like, I don't want to insult them. Obviously I don't want to talk shit about them, and I don't want to be mean, but it's like, I think I explained in the original email, it's like, I can run Cyberpunk, I can run Exoprimal, I can run other games whilst actively streaming and not get the performance issues I do with your game. And your game is set to be able to run on Switch. I'm sorry, but if your game is being developed in mind for Switch, which is a termite in power in comparison, a termite in power comparison to my PC, I think I should have no problem running it on my PC, when my PC was purpose built for 1K gaming. Obviously, it's been a few years, right? I'll admit that. It's been a few years, and games have gotten more demanding, as they always do, because devs want pretty graphics, and people are like, yeah, I want graphics. Pretty people want pretty worlds means good game. We're apparently even at the point now, I saw a video, I think, maybe, I didn't watch it, I don't know if I watched it, but I don't know if it was Aspen Gold or someone I follow on YouTube, I think, reacted to it or posted a video about it, that like people are complaining about Starfield, and they were like, oh, because Starfield has a very simplistic and minimal main menu. It's a very simplistic and minimalized main menu, and they're like, this shows that they haven't put a lot of effort into their game. Like this, the main menu lets you know if the devs have worked hard on the game or not, and this main menu says that they don't fucking care about their game. And it's like, so, and I think perhaps I mentioned in the comment section, a credit to them, so I think I mentioned it, like, so basically, if the main menu doesn't have loads of ads for DLC and their other games and stuff, if it doesn't have microtransactions all over the screen, constant ads asking you to buy shit for the game, basically just a load of cluttered shit, right? And predatory, you know, advertisements and main menu buttons and stuff. That's what you want. But that's an indication of a good game, right? Like, which I can understand. I can see where they're coming from. Don't get me wrong. I understand the argument that, like, you know, that you load up for the game for the first time, you can get an idea of if the devs care about the game. Like, if they don't care, like, it's a small. I get what they're saying. Like, it's just small little things, right? And if the main menu of the game isn't fitting, isn't on point theme wise for the game, then it shows that they don't. It shows that if they're not willing to put effort into the main menu, what does that say about the effort they've put in for the game? I do get that argument. I do get that. I do see that logic, but I also see the logic of, so you're telling me that if the game doesn't have all of this stuff on the main menu, that it's not an indication of a good game. Like, so I do see both sides of it, right? I know me being impartial, right? It's, oh, you can't take sides, but right, I do see both sides of it, right? Like, just because the main menu is simplistic and minimalistic doesn't mean that it's not going to be a good game, right? They just, like, it's a single player game, right? Or like, it, you know what I mean? Like, it's a paid AAA single player game. I don't know if it's single player, but, like, you know, it's not. Why would they need to focus on microtransactions being all over the screen and ads for DLCs and everything under the sun, right? Like, they need to have. Like, I get the main menu for this game is really cool, right? It's a single player game. I mean, it's got online. You can play against other people, but you know, the game's paid. You got to pay to play the game. It's a paid game. And then you got to pay for all the DLC. You know, this is an expensive game to get into. This is for anyone wondering, this is DJ Max Respect 5. It's a music rhythm game, obviously, and I'm playing it right now whilst I'm waiting for Palia to finish re-downloading because it wouldn't let me launch it initially because of errors. But anyway, the game's main menu is really cool, right? Like, if I go back to the main menu, you can see it here, right? Let's go back to the main menu, right? I've got a theme on right now for the game, a DLC theme, right? Very minimalistic. Oh god, I just closed the game because would you like to exit the game? I was wondering if will it take me further back in the menus? Let me just wait for that to disappear and I'll relaunch the game. Yeah. Like, let's load this game up now, right? Let's just load it up right now. Wait for it to load. Taking its time, I know, but we'll get there. It's got like an animated. It's got an intro, right? It's got an animated intro, which is really cool, right? It's like an anime style. It's like an anime style, you know, opening, right? Which is really cool. And then you've got, you know, the main menu of the game, animated screen, and then this screen, which this is Citus 2. Because I've got a themed DLC applied, a DLC theme for the game. So that's applied, right? But it shows that they care about the game, right? They care about the look of it and everything, right? So I do get that argument, the main menu and the way that the look of the UI and how clean it is, how fluid it is, you know, like you can tell they put a lot of effort into this game. They can tell that they care about first impressions of the game, right? They care about, you know, the theme and the execution of that theme on the main menu and how you navigate it and how it looks, right? They clearly care about that. But to be fair, the game's also like £30 bloody, right? And then or something like that. And then you've got the DLC, which is expensive as well, right? Like you buy the base game and a couple, maybe a couple DLC packs, and you're looking at between like £50 to £100, right? Pardon me. That's a lot of money, and that's not even everything, right? Like let me go on to DJ Max Respect store page right now. Actually, I'll look at it, right? You're looking at right now. You're looking at obviously there's soundtracks here as well. You're looking at £421. That's including all the soundtracks as well, right? So that's a lot of money. I'm not going to go into that because I don't want to waste time like checking all of the bloody numbers here. But that's just that's 7, 14, 21, 28, 35. Let's just take off like £70, right? So 421 minus, let's just do 80. Let's do 80. 421 minus 80, right? That's £341. That's accounting. That's a rough approximation of all the soundtracks in the game. I would say it might be 70, but I'll do 80. Like just to. I've definitely covered all the soundtracks, right? Outside of the soundtracks for the game, you are looking at £341. £300+, and that's not even for the base game. The base game is £33. So let's add on 33, right? You are looking at, let's round it down to be super generous. That's £370. That is for the base game and all DLC, without any of it being on sale. £374. Now, I've got some of the DLC, but not. I've barely cracked some of the DLC. That's £370, right? So the game's fucking expensive. The game's really expensive, right? And when you've got options like Quaver, Osu, and other free-to-play rhythm games that offer a lot of value, you know, some would objectively argue the same amount of value, but for free, right? That's a problem, right? That's a problem. But I like DJ Max Respect, and you're not just paying, you're not just supporting the game. You're paying for premium music tracks. You're paying for like a video in the background. You're paying for a theme and everything, like, you know, it's the premium value, right? You're getting more than just a song pack out of it. Like you saw of the main menu there. It's an animated menu, right? Demo themed. Obviously, it would be nice if this you know, menu here was themed like Citus, right? But at least you know, you get the main menu theme. It would be nice if you got this theme. This menu was themed as well, but you get you get what I mean. Like you're paying for that. That's what you're paying for. I don't know why I went on a rant about it. What was the original thing I was talking about? Oh yeah, that's it. The tweet that I saw about main menus. And so, you know, DJ Max respects main menu, for instance, right? But let's just go even back further. Let's go back to 2005. Take your minds back to 2005. Let's see. Ideally, most of you, I mean, you should, all people watching this should be 18 plus. Right? So let's assume all of you are 18 plus. When would 18 have been born? Anyone here who's watching who's 18? It's 2023 right now, so 17. Not, then we're not counting anybody who's turning 18, because you shouldn't be watching my stream if you're turning 18. If you're 18, you should be watching my stream, 18 plus. Let's say 17, 16, 15. So that's 2020, 2000. And you would have been born in 2005. If you're 18 plus, you would have been born in 2005. 2005 is the most recent time where you would have been born. I was 10 years old in 2005. I was 10. So, God, man, that's old, isn't it? That's old. Some people here might not have even been born when Oblivion was released. Well, might have just been born when Oblivion was released. You would have been a baby when Oblivion was released. But Elder Scrolls Oblivion, it was a release, I believe, around 2005, right? The main menu of that game is you've got like still images in the background, maybe like a video playing in the background. It's like, you know, old school themed, like fantasy themed, you know, animated background of the map, you know, panning from you know, panning over in the background. You got the text of the main menu, and then you got the animated, you got the map, I think, in the background. Maybe like, you know, video, maybe like a small video of, like, you know, a character, you know, in a fight or something, like the Oblivion gates, I think. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I'm thinking of a mod. I'm sure someone like that. You're thinking of an animated mod menu. Anyway, it's a simplistic menu is what I'm getting at, right? It's very simplistic and minimalistic. There's not a lot of noise on that main menu. Do you think anybody played that game back in those times and thought, oh man, they clearly don't care about this game, they don't give a shit? Oblivion, in my eyes, is objectively one of the greatest RPG games of all time. I know it's got its faults and it's been memed to death, but I consider Elder Scrolls Oblivion to be one of the greatest RPGs of all time. And yes, that might be part nostalgia, but it's such a good game. It's such a good game. The story is really good. It's just the music. It's just so good. It's so good. You know, and that game had in my eyes, a very minimalistic, simplistic main menu, right? So I get where they're coming from, right? If it's just the attention to detail, like if they're gonna half-ass the small things. What makes you think they're going to care about the big things if they skim over the small things, right? Like the main menu. I get that argument, but I also get the argument of, like, well, do you want it to be cluttered and janky as fuck? Ads for DLC and every skin under the sun, battle pass and all that stuff, like, because it's like it's a game about you being in space, right? Space exploration, you know, Star Trek, Star Wars. What do you expect to be on the main menu of the game? What do you actually expect to be on the main menu? Like, what, you want them to add stuff to the main menu just for the sake of it? Like that, I mean, I do get where they're coming from. I get the logic. I get the argument. It's just the way they've phrased, what they're using to back it up is. I don't think they even back it up. I think they're just making a statement. To be fair, I think they made a tweet about it. So how much can you say in a tweet, right? You can only say so much. But it's just, I don't know. Based on the context of the tweet, their argument, I can understand why people would say their argument was completely flat. And they look like a complete idiot for saying it. Anyway, I know I'm supposed to be playing the game, but I mean, this is a filler game whilst we wait for Palia to download. So, you know. But yeah, I just think it's I get why people think it's a dumb argument. I'm pretty sure I asked about this, and they said they said they can't implement it. Really? Oh my god! Finally! Oh my god! Botrix is the bot that I use. They've actually They're actually introduced uh the activity feed. I swear I asked about this, and the mod said it takes they said like you can request it, and that's so cool. My one even in is that my one even in here? I want to see. Where's my one? Yeah, I asked about this, and they said due to limited resources, it couldn't be done. But they have done it. They've implemented it. I asked about this 8 days ago. Yeah, I thought someone else said I thought that too. They said they replied back on the 12th. That's good. I'm glad they did that. Yeah, it's cool that they're actually working on it. Cause like that's so useful. If you're not a streamer, you're not gonna care, right? But that's so needed. That was so needed. Is it implemented now, or did I just like? Was I just like, oh my god? And it's not actually implemented. Is it actually implemented? Because I just saw it, I think, and I was like, nah. Find the activity feed in the widgets menu. Accessible through this URL. Okay, it's in the widgets menu. Okay, widgets. Activity feed. Woo. Oh, you gotta dock it in OBS. Oh, I know how to do that. Okay. No, I know how to add docs. I know how to do that. Custom browser docs. And then I want to do a new one, which is Botrix activity feed. Botrix activity feed. Oh, Botrix with an R, capital R. Botrix activity feed, because I need one. Apply. There we go. Yeah, boy. I have it. I have it. It's a little bare bones, I'll admit, but hey, we have it. We have it. And that's the main thing. We have an activity feed. Can you filter? Wow. Oh, yeah, but can you actively platform icons, color left. Okay, I can actually tweak it to be I can actually tweak it to be I show the platform icon so I know what platform it is. Yeah, we want everything. We want to see alerts for everything. There we go. Boom. Boom. Now I can see alerts. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We can see it now. Boom. Actively see the alerts now. That's what I am talking about, people. That's what I am talking about. That is what you like to see. That is what you like to see. You can actively see it now. Boom. I can now, at a glance, see if people have said anything. Which is quite needed. I'll say that. It's most definitely needed. Yeah, to be able to see at a glance. I don't have to have all of these open now. Yeah, boy. Oh boy. Yeah, that was definitely definitely needed. Oh yeah. All right. Oh, I wish you could have it be. Can I not? Why don't you click on that though? Right, well, you have to have it in OBS, which is annoying, but it's fine. There we go. I'm just editing the stuff so I can have everything be showing. Oh, everything is showing. Bot tricks alerts. Yep, emotes here. We've got everything going. Everything is good. Okay, okay. Oh, fuck me.
Gave you too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do.
Oh god, that lag there. Whoa, the lag. Not the best, but hey, 5-0, 5 speed on an 8-note song at 5 speed. 2.0's default, so we are at triple the speed, triple the default speed, 3 times the speed. We're playing at 3 times the default speed, and on an 8-note song. Yes, it's on normal, but that's still pretty good, I think. It's still pretty good. I think the game is being close to being done. So we are going to quit this game now. And I don't even know if you get more points for playing for playing at a higher speed. But I think 5 point. I think when I saw stuff on Medal, I think people were playing at 5 speed. So oh yeah, I'm gonna have to tell Mon. I'm gonna have to tell Mon about this. Message link. There you go. Sorry about that. I was just messaging Monstrosity DMB, who if you've followed the stream, you would know he's a good friend of mine, and he's also a fellow streamer, good friend and fellow streamer. And I was saying he uses bot. I think I found out about Botrix through him. No, I'm trying to think. I found out through bot. I found out about Botrix, which is the bot I use to moderate on my streams, through him. And they've added that alert feed. It's like, yo, you gotta get on that shit. Excuse me. We just finished. It was obviously, you know, I just saw that it was lagging up the game, and it looks like it. I don't know. Maybe it's close to being done. So I'm just gonna sit here now, and I mean, even if I wanted, even if it isn't close to being done, it's taxing my PC. Trying to download it and play a game at the same time. So obviously, you know, whatever it's doing is it's taking a lot of resources. So I imagine it's getting to big files for the game, important files for the game to unpack. So, you know, obviously all I can do now is just sit here and be at the mercy of the I guess my M.2 and download speed, I guess. Oh man, live. Oh yeah, in other news, whilst we were waiting for this to download, I actually dropped my phone again. Second time, I know, it's such a short amount of time. Yesterday, I think maybe mentioned yesterday, like I think I was walking, I was like maybe, I was walking in my room and I pulled on the charge cable and my phone like fell off my desk and flipped forward onto the floor. But it wasn't, it's not a huge drop, and it fell face first, or screen first, and it's in a case and it's got a screen protector on it. It's in a thick case and it's got raised lips on the case, on where the camera is, and on the front it's got raised lips. On the outer edge of the case it's got raised lips, so when it drops, the lips will make contact. The lips of the case make contact before the screen does. So, you know, which will also help to absorb, you know, some of the blow. And it's not concrete; it's like fake wood. So it's like foam, rubber, you know, that's made to look like wood. So it's not exactly, you know what I mean? It's not exactly the end of the. It's not exactly bad. And I've used my phone. Rhythm Hive was a little weird. When I was playing Rhythm Hive, there was like a point in the song. There was like a certain part. There was, you know, on the lane. There was a certain lane that wasn't like registering my input at first. And I was like, that's a bit weird. And I was like, is it the game just being buggy, or is it me not timing it correctly? The game being buggy, or my phone, no, like it's being weird. And I had to restart the song like 3 times, which costs because the game was filled with microtransactions to fuck. But I restarted like 3 times, and eventually it did register my input. I was like, okay, cool, must have just been the game then, I guess, right? And then I played COD M as well, and it was fine on COD. Whilst I was playing COD M, I tested it on COD M, and it was fine. So, you know, both times now I've got lucky, but considering the you know, it's not exactly a big height, and you know, it's in a case with a screen protector on, and the phone is insured, so. You know, that's what I'm paying for. That's what I'm paying the insurance for. For things like, when things like that happen, I've just got to be more careful. That's it. I just got to be more careful. But I was in my bed looking at my phone. I think I went to put my phone on the side and it just slipped out of my hands somehow. Maybe partly me being tired and because I've got slippery butterfingers, slippery hands. Yeah, I'm sorry everyone, I've been here for an hour and a half, but the game's being buggy. The game is being buggy. What can you do? Let's switch over to the VHS playlist now. I want to see what this playlist is about. Apparently it's called VHS and it's supposed to be it's called Be Kind and Rewind to Sounds Inspired by the 80s. You feel back in the 80s yet? I mean, I wasn't born in the 80s, so I wouldn't know. I think after this one, we'll go with pop, I think maybe. Play a little bit of pop. And then we'll go to metal. Then maybe hype bangers? I don't know. Obviously there's a lot of stations here, so let me know what you're feeling. I mean, obviously, I want to play what I enjoy. If I don't enjoy it myself, listening to it myself, I'm going to have veto. But I will say this. You're free to suggest what station to listen to. But if I don't like, I'll listen to like maybe a couple songs from the playlist, just to be fair. But if I don't like it if I don't like the songs, if I don't like any of the songs, you know, like after a couple songs from the playlist, if I don't like any of them, I'm going to switch to something else. And then that sounds like, oh wow, so why suggest anything? It's like, well, on the off chance that I do like it, and then we'll listen to it, right? And I'll thank you because you suggested it. Right, I'll give it a go, but if I don't like it, I have the power of veto. That's what I'm saying. So we'll listen to a couple songs from this playlist, but if after a couple songs it's just, I'm not feeling it, then I'll switch to something else. I'll try melodic bass too. Melodic bass. We'll do pop. I think we'll do pop. Synthwave will be cool, I think. That's like cyberpunk. We'll do synthwave at some point. We'll do pop next. Then we'll do hype bangers. And then we'll do melodic bass. And then synthwave. And then metal. Depending on how long I stream for. I can replay the alerts too. Is that real? So is that real? Of course it's real. It's a button on the bloody alert panel. You can replay them. Let's test that. It didn't replay it. It didn't replay it. Maybe that's bugged. Let's try a different one. Hey, that worked. That one worked. That's cool. Okay. So that the one follow the person who followed me 50 minutes ago didn't work. But the loadout did. Well, at least we know the replay works, even if it's a little buggy. But at least we know it works. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh, Palia's giving me an error. Nice. Okay, it gave me an error, but now it's re-downloading it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I re-downloaded it. What do you expect me to do? And I'm running it as admin as well. So I've re-downloaded I've uninstalled the game, completely uninstalled it. Then I clean uninstall, even using iObits uninstaller, which completely removes every trace of the game, of the app, of the program or game from your system, even the registry files for it. It completely removes everything. So I did a complete uninstall of the game and reinstall, and you know, it's for some reason it's still giving me errors, but it's downloading more now, so we'll wait for that to do it or not do it. I don't know. That was just so needed. I'm so glad that they have that now. Our dock mode is currently the only option, but there's more coming soon. That was so needed, man. So many people would like this feature as well. It's so needed, man. It's so needed. The only thing I could think that Botrix would need now is a chat feed. So you can see the chat of all platforms. And you can moderate all the chat. You can moderate every chat from one chat panel. That's the only other thing that I would argue is needed. You can moderate all the chat. You can moderate all the chats. That's the only thing that's needed. But that apart outside of that, I don't need anything else. Thank you, Starlit Balance, for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hopefully your time here isn't completely wasted. I feel like I used to say that in the past. I feel like I might start saying that again. Ugh. If anyone is just joining now as well, I'll say again, I'm currently having to re-download Palia because it's giving me errors. It gave me errors when I tried to launch the game, so I completely uninstalled the game, re-downloaded it, and that gave me issues when I was trying to reinstall it again. It gave me errors, but I ran it as admin, I think, and eventually it did start re-downloading the game. And then when I thought it was done, it then gave me error. When it looked done, it then gave me an error. So I had to restart. So I had to start it from the installed. Now the shortcut for the game instead of the installer. I started it from that as admin, and now it's giving me errors. So I started that, and now it's downloading even more. So, boy, we're gonna get there. Hopefully, we're gonna get there. But that's why I'm sitting here not doing anything. I was playing a game at one point, a DJ Max Respect 5, but. When the game was downloading, it was giving me, when it was initially downloading whatever it was lagging, causing the game to lag out. So now I'm just sitting here at the mercy of the download. So I was playing the game at one point to pass the time, but that was lagging. So now I'm just sitting here at the mercy of the game download. Hi, how are you doing today? I've been looking for friends to play Palia with. Oh, I'm doing okay today, thank you. Been a slow day, but we're getting on with it. And we're having trouble getting Palia to run. But, which is never... Well, I've had problems with it in the past, with performance issues and stuff, but never the errors I've got. I think today is the first time I've gotten the errors that I have. So, at least it makes it interesting. I'm looking for friends to play Palia with. Yeah, obviously, it'd be nice to hang with people and, find people to play with. I'm certainly willing to consider it. Obviously, I can't do that right now. I'm at the mercy of downloading the game again, re-downloading the game because it kept giving me errors. But I definitely I'll have to, depending on if you're still here later on when the game is downloaded, have to play. Oh boy, it's taking time. I would love to play again. I would love to play DJ Max more, DJ Max Respect or something. But obviously that was lagging, so we have to wait. Which is really annoying. But, I could like stop the stream, wait till it's downloading, and then come back. But then that would make this whole stream pointless. So we're just gonna sit here and patiently wait, and hopefully it doesn't take too long. I'm so glad that Botrix has an activity feed now. It's so good. It's so good that it has an activity feed now. I'm so happy. Because now I don't have, now at a glance, if someone follows or someone donates or someone says something, I can just see it at a glance without having to like tab between all the different options. I only now need to have my restream dashboard open, and that's it. That's all I need. We're at 33% right now. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. What's Palia saying anyway? They giving any updates on this issue? I know other people are having this issue as well. I checked a minute ago, I believe, and other people mentioned this error, getting this error as well. Yeah, I don't get when they like message me. I'm not getting the error, thankfully. That's good to know. That's, you know, well, it's good. It's obviously, you know, obviously good for you. I've never had this error before. You just launched the game, gave me an error, completely uninstalled the game, completely uninstalled it. Not just click the uninstall button. I use iBits uninstaller to completely remove all traces of the game from my system. Registry files, everything. Reinstalled it, got errors, I believe. Then I ran it as admin, which got it to eventually download, start downloading stuff. Then I think it went to launch it and gave me an error. So now I've launched it from the game shortcut, which has thankfully been showing up on my PC. Ran that as admin, and now it's downloading even more. I honestly don't know why it's giving me this error. The last time I played it, everything was fine. Everything was, well, I don't know about performance issues, but last time I played it, it ran, it launched, and I was playing it. It performed well enough that I could play the game. So, you know, now it's giving me errors, which is just grand. I've got to awkwardly sit here and fill time whilst it downloads. I tried playing a game earlier, and the game was giving me the DJ Max Respect 5, and that was causing it to that was lagging. So now I'm like here, just waiting. This is good music. I'm liking this music. I'm liking this music. Yeah, I feel like it goes without saying, because I feel like it should be fairly obvious. But in the bottom right hand corner, that's the music that's currently playing. You've got the album art with the song title and the artist, and a little music visualizer as well, which is really nice. The music visualizer isn't part of Pretzel. That's a plugin for OBS, but I mean, as you can see, it pairs quite nicely. And I've worked to align the album art and the text box to, and when it scrolls from side to side, that's not Pretzel either. That's me customizing it in OBS to make it look the way it does. Pretzel just provides you the album art and a text file that shows you what the song is currently playing. I've customized it to make it look the way it is. Not as good as the Spotify widget that I had, but with the music visualizer and it's scrolling from to the left, with the music visualizer there and the album art, it's good. It's good. I like it. But yeah, as I said earlier, I didn't do Cloudpunk last week, so we'll do 2 Cloudpunk streams this week to make up for the Cloudpunk stream that I didn't do last week. And then we've got the visual novel on Saturday, continuing Ace Academy. So that'll be good. I don't know if I'll do a fighting stream this week. I don't know if I'll do a fighting stream this week, because of the 2 Cloudpunk streams that I want to do. But we'll see what happens. It is taking its time downloading. My word. I know I'm streaming and playing music and all that at the same time, but wow. It's taking its time. Can we see a Palia roadmap? Can we have a look at a Palia roadmap? Palia roadmap. They got a roadmap. Oh yeah, you can see what I'm looking at now. Fantastic. When was this posted? August the 3rd. So it was this month. Article from this month. Okay. Palia roadmap details, new features, quest content and more. We'll be taking an in-depth look at the roadmap, including new content, features, improvements and more around Palia in 2023 and beyond. We're fast approaching the start of the closed beta testing of Singularity 6's Cozy MMO, which is exclusively available on PC. It is, it is coming to Nintendo Switch. During this period, players will explore the magical world of Killamar Village, meet the cast of unique characters, and unearth the mysterious lore and foreboding secrets tucked away in this gorgeous, smooth environment. The game's developer has detailed their content roadmap for this year, which lists all of the new content, features, improvements, and more that we can expect to arrive on PC and Nintendo Switch. That being said, let's look at the official roadmap for this cozy MMO, Palia, coming soon in 2023. I mean, it's in open beta right now, but sure. Palia roadmap and new features. Game director Aidan Karabach, probably butchering that name, outlining a recent developer letter, what's on the horizon. Let's open that in a new tab. What's on the horizon for Palia days before the closed beta on PC started. While some of the forthcoming content has yet to be built for Palia, they're not ready to unveil them, especially given that other content is in development. Calling all Palians, mark your calendars with our beta release schedule. Hoping to get a head start? Sign up at palia.com for a chance to be part of the closed beta. Well, now it's in open beta, so any of you can download the game, right? Sign up and download the game right now. So you can do that right now. Let's see here. Gameplay, closed beta, open beta. Wow. I'd say Kara instead of Kara. I guess Karabach. But I don't know for sure how to pronounce the last name, so that's the last bit of that. So I'm just going to say Kara. Kara has stated that they plan to include new content, features, and more for every patch they'll release for Palia. As many of these features are planned to launch in 2023, there are additional content and features that more players can anticipate, including a Nintendo Switch port, more quality of life improvements, and themed events. Palia quest and story content. One of the biggest additions in the Palia roadmap is the new quest and story content that will expand the game and your character's lore. Singularity 6's plans to launch new quests and engaging storylines for players to explore sometime this year, which may also enhance your interactions with fellow villagers. There is also the potential that they may expand the storylines of romanceable characters, which should make these interactions more personal and exciting. Speaking of villagers, New characters will make Killer Mud Village their home for you to welcome and get acquainted with. This, in turn, will see new friendships made with the possibility of new romanceable options being made available to players. Nevertheless, details of what these new quests and storylines will have yet to be confirmed by the developer, and will update this page to reflect the latest news and updates. Palia accessibility options. As previously explained, Palia will have some accessibility options for the closed and open beta on PC. However, the biggest option currently missing is full controller support, which will see players utilising the keyboard and mouse momentarily. With controller support as one of the most requested accessibility options across Palia games, across PC games, Singularity 6 has revealed that full controller support will arrive at Palia. While it's not specified, we could see a multitude of controllers, including PlayStation 5's DualSense and Xbox's wireless controllers, along with additional peripherals being made compatible with the game. Palia character customization options, decor and furniture. As the developer commented during gameplay first look live stream in June 2023, Palia will receive more customization options to make the entire system more robust and diverse. Some of these will include more clothing options, items, costumes, hairstyles, body types, and more to deepen the customization feature in game. I'm not reading anything yet detailing what I would like to see in the game. I believe I've said it before in previous streams. I would like Final Fantasy 14, right, has one of the best, objectively, both objectively and subjectively speaking, one of the best fishing mechanics in the game. I mean, one of the best fishing incorporations in the game, right? You've got a fishing guild, which on one hand is how many MMOs can you say have a fishing guild, right? Then you've got a fishing storyline, that's based around fishing, right? And that's really cool, right? And then you got fishing gear and you got abilities and everything based around fishing, right? Like, that's really bloody cool, right? And it's really in depth. Mining has got its own guild, right? And then whatever other professions are in the game, right? They each have their own class and gear that you have to equip and everything, right? That's something that this game is missing. Fishing gear, mining gear, hunting gear. You've got your bug bag and you've got your tools, and you can drink for fishing. At least you've got like potions that you can have. Is that alignment? No, it isn't. It's just because the way it is. Like, there is definitely stuff for this game that I'm not seeing in it right now that they definitely need to add, and I feel like I've definitely mentioned it in previous streams. They definitely need to add like I think I've mentioned it in previous streams. Like, you could have like a fishing town or a mining town, so you actually go to parts of Kilima where or parts of the island or the world that have like villages themed around that profession, right? That entire a mining town, a fishing town, a town on the sea, that's based around fishing, right? You've got a mining town, a hunting town, right? And each of these towns has like a mayor and stuff, and you can go to these towns for like specific fish, or like if it's a fishing village, you only ever fish. There's fishing like themed events and stuff. There's events for fishing, and there's a fishing storyline. The storyline specifically around just fishing, and that would be really cool. Like there's so much stuff that that I want to see in this game that would make it a mainstay for me, right? And I know like the argument can be made, well, if you want that so much, why don't you just go play Final Fantasy 14? It's like, well, because I want to play Palia, and Palia has a focus on professions, right? Final Fantasy 14 has a huge focus on professions, but it isn't the core primary focus. That's obviously on, you know, playing through the main story and going on doing raids and stuff and dungeon runs, and you know, you got the events that come around, you know, and that. But I feel, and obviously, you know, the professions have got their own class, their own storyline and that, but you actively have to play through the game, right? Because because you could come across enemies and that you can't, that you know, there's enemies that you got to face along the way, right? Let's say you got to go fish in a certain area. Sorry, yawning. But that area's got a certain enemies that are a certain level that you've got to face them, you know? Like, I just feel like, you know, Palia has got, that's part of the reason I started playing Palia, because it's got a focus on professions, right? That's the whole point of Palia. It's a social game that's literally the core focus is the professions. They are the bread and butter of the game, right? So of course I want to see, you know, a guild or towns themed around that profession, right? Like, obviously this is, you know, down the road, but it would be cool to see these types of things, because incorporating these types of additions would make the game a mainstay for me. You know, yeah, for you maybe it doesn't need any of that to, you know, it's already great and you don't need any of that in the game. Fine, you play the game as is, you enjoy it, have fun, right? I'm not trying to take away from anybody who likes the game as it is right now, and anything extra is a bonus. But for me, these are things that they need to include or need to consider incorporating for me to really invest in this game long term, right? Like, because here's the thing, right now you're doing professions, right? What happens when you max out the profession, right? Oh, well, you can work on your home, you can keep expanding your home. Yeah, no, that's not a focus for me. I've got a basic bitch home. I'm not looking to like go the distance with making the home, right? Three things I care, the three main focuses for me right now in this game is fishing, mining, foraging, and then maybe hunting. Fishing, mining, foraging, maybe hunting. I don't really care for bug collecting. I don't really care for farming. I do farming in you know, at my house, as you know, at my base, but that's, you know, for food, so I can get my focus up, right? But outside of eating food for focus, I don't really care for farming. I'm just doing farming because I need food, right? That's it. If it wasn't for needing food for focus, I wouldn't do farming. Fishing is the main, mining, foraging, and then maybe hunting. Once I've maxed those out, what else is there? Just collecting the fish to do up achievements and stuff? That's cool and all, but I want progression. I want a goal to work towards. In New World, in Final Fantasy 14, you're playing with guilds, right? You're actively needing resources to get your guild mates their gear, and in New World, you know, you're getting gear so you can make armor for your guild mates, and so you can prep everybody, right? There's a reason that you're doing it. There's a goal, a reason to progress the profession or utilize that profession. In Palia, where professions are the focus, what are you doing it for? You know, are you like, what is the goal? What is the goal? You know, oh, well, you set yourself your own goals. Well, sure, my goal right now is maxing out the professions that I enjoy, that I want to actively focus on and, you know, main, you know, in air quotes. But what about once I've maxed them out? What else is there to do? You know, I get it, the game hasn't even released yet, but they need to keep all of this in mind, I feel, for people like me to have it be a mainstay. Final Fantasy 14 has all of that, and I get it, that game's been out for years, right? They even rebuilt it from the ground up, and it's been out for years. They've had time to fine-tune all of that. But if Palia wants to be a mainstay, for me, it has to have all of these things, or at least, you know, incorporate some of it. As the game stands right now, again, it's only an open beta, it's not fully released, I understand that, but if it doesn't incorporate all of that, you know, I'm probably gonna, I'm enjoying Palia right now, but once I've maxed out the professions, you know, and maybe complete the main story, you know, what else is there? You know? Now, what else is there to do? I get it. It's in open beta right now. The game hasn't released yet. They've got all this to add into the game. But it's important. It would make me feel better knowing that they're looking into all this, that they've got all of this in mind, you know? That is something that for me they need to strongly consider. Anyway, we'll keep reading the article and then we'll read the developer letter as well, because we're waiting for the game to download still. But they definitely need to keep all this in mind. As the developer commented during the gameplay first look live stream in June 2023, Palia will receive more customization. I think maybe I read that before. Similarly, the developer will add more decor and furniture options. However, nothing specific could be confirmed. This will likely be a new decor and furniture items made available for players to buy from the general store, acquire from skill mentors, or have the recipes available in similar methods. This may see more players interested in mastering the furniture making skill, which you'll have Tish, the local carpenter, as a skill master. Learn under her tutelage, and if you wish, you can pursue a budding friendship that can spark a romantic interest with her. Okay. Okay. I can tell. Greetings, Palians. I can't tell you what it means to be writing this writing this to you today. Just a few days before we pull back the Val and Palia I thought to see and soon be a part of. I've been in love with this world a long time ago. From the simple black block shapes that would one day be Cernux to the already lovable mannequin following you around an empty landscape that would one day become my first villager. Oni. There was a spark even in those early days that I couldn't wait to share. Now, as we enter the beta phase of development, it seemed like a good time to briefly reflect, to introduce myself to the community, and to speak a bit about what you can expect from Palia and this scrappy, independent developer setting off on this uncharted course. Palia started as a mission to bring people together through games in new ways, to create a place where you can be just who you want to be, to find a community that celebrates that. While entering beta is a major milestone in pursuit of those aspirations, it's still early on in our quest. As a player, you can take it as a commitment to you that the best version of Palia is always in front of us, that we will work hard every week, every year to reach those stars. Cool. As a new developer on the scene, we will make mistakes like any other. We will stumble, but we will work to correct them. We will get back up. We will also surprise you and hopefully delight you. We will learn and evolve as necessary to make Palia the best it can be. Betas are known for their instability, and as much as we're working to ensure that true troubles are infrequent, we're not unrealistic about it. There will be performance quirks, undiscovered bugs, and there are even a few features that need a bit more work before they can really sing. But overall, we think entering beta is the right step in the quest to make Palia the best it can be, and there will never be a perfect time to make this transition. By opening our doors, we'll be able to test how our systems scale and operate over time. With the closed beta giving us the opportunity to do that just a few steps at a time, instead of all at once. We'll also be able to learn so much about what you love, why you love it, and, of course, where we will still need to improve or where we should go next. Players are always at the heart of any decision we make in regard to Palia. And just like how all of our amazing alpha testers helped evolve Palia to this point, thank you, your voice will contribute to where we go from here. And so, it is with great trust and sure a few jitters that we step out into the light. And I hope that you enjoy Palia as much as we enjoy making it. Of course, one of the most exciting parts for us as developers is looking into the future at everything we've yet to build for Palia. and to anticipate your reactions to things already in development, but not ready to reveal just yet. Oh, another Charlotte. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm fine, thank you. I'm just waiting for Palia to re-download because it's been buggy. So I'm just reading through the developer's letter whilst I wait for it to re-download. How are you getting on? How was your day? Where was I at? So I'll read that from the get-go, I guess. Got where I was. Of course, one of the most exciting parts for us as developers is looking into the future. Everything we've yet to build for Palia, and to anticipate your reaction to things already in development, but not ready to reveal just yet. So while we're hard at work ensuring all of our services are working correctly, we're simultaneously working to ensure that we're releasing new content and features with each new patch to the game. Here's some of what to expect from us this year. A themed event, that's cool. New quests and storylines, that's all good. That's in line with what I was talking about earlier. New villagers and friendships, that's cool. New decor and furniture, don't care. New crops and recipes, that's cool. More character customization options, always cool. Beards, thank fuck for that. As a fellow beard haver, I have a beard, a bushy beard. You know, it's not long like Gandalf's or Dumbledore's, but it's big and bushy like a Viking. Right? As a fellow beard haver, this is something we need to see. Okay? I can finally see myself represented in the game. We need beards. We desperately need beards. That's good to see that they're going to include that. I'm happy about that. Happy about that. That is a definite feature that needs to be included for sure. That is a feature. That is a feature. I'm so glad I read this. That's it. I can. That's it. That's all I need for the game. That is a mainstay for me now. Beards in the game. Hell yeah. Give me some of that. No, but obviously that isn't the only thing that needs to be in the game for me. Everything else that I mentioned earlier needs to be included to some extent for me to really consider it being a main game. But it's good that they're going to include beards. But yes, thank you, Charlotte, for the follow. I appreciate that. And how are you getting on? How are you getting on? I'm getting on okay. Like I said, I'm just re-downloading the game because it was being buggy. I'm re-downloading it, and whilst I'm re-downloading it, I'm trying to fill the space and play and and stall whilst I'm re-downloading the game. It's taking its time and it's giving me errors even re-downloading the game. But I'm holding steady. I'm trying to talk my arse off so that we can bide our time until the game's re-downloaded. But how are you getting on? Nintendo Switch release, I don't care. I don't have a Nintendo Switch. Full controller support, that's cool, but I use mouse and keyboard. That's fine. I don't really need that. More quality of life improvements, that's always cool. As I'm sure you can tell, we want Palia to be a game you can play for many years to come, with frequent updates, more lands to explore. That is what I like to see. That's what I like to hear. That is in line with what I mentioned earlier. Especially, I feel like if they have lands that are themed around that profession or have a huge emphasis on that profession, right? Some lands will be more mining and foraging. Other lands will be more farming and fishing. And like I said, dedicated lands, dedicated to certain professions, right? Themed around those professions. That would be sick. As I said earlier, that would make the game a mainstay for me. Being able to see that would be a mainstay for me. So knowing that they're looking to introduce more lands, beards is cool too. New storyline, new quests and storylines, and storylines based, centered around certain professions. That is what I want to see. Because like I said, that's taken a leaf straight out of Final Fantasy XIV's book, and that would be cool to see. And even guilds around that profession, right? And you get maybe even rep. You can go to a certain town and you get rep for that profession. You speak to the mayor of that town, the mayor of mining town, the mayor of fishing town, or the mayor of the fishing village, or whatever, right? And you can speak to them and you get your rep up by doing that profession. And you've got to go get certain fish, and maybe even certain events that are a part of that storyline, where you go to there was a Ox Venture did a did a stream. I don't know how long it was ago, like within the past year, where they had Josh Strife Hayes on as well, and they talked about they had a storyline. They played through a storyline where or a campaign where they had like a fishing tournament, right? And there was some tomfoolery going on in the tournament, right? That would be sick. That would be sick, right? And you have a storyline. There's a big fishing tournament coming up, and you have to be a certain level and have a certain bit of gear and stuff, right? And you have to look the part too, right? And then you go to do the event, and you hear people going to sabotage the event. People are going to try and cheat, right? And you've got to, like, you know, tell that person around the village, and you've got to, like, I mean, there's so much they can do to like really make the game come alive and feel like it has depth and character, right? I really hope that they looks like they are looking to keep all of that in mind. But for me specifically, seeing go into a village and it's you know, a pier, right? I'm not going to say where I live for obvious reasons, but I live somewhere in England. I live somewhere that's near the sea. We'll say that. I know where he lives. We've got him. But I live somewhere near the sea, right? And having a fishing village that's near the sea, right? And you go there and it's all themed around fishing, right? Houses made of fish, not made of actual fish, but they're carved, you know. Each house is like a certain fish, right? And you've got like stores that have different fishing gear, right? Different bait, and you know, you got, like, you know, you can buy certain decor and furniture from this village that's themed around fishing, you know. And you do obviously you got the storyline that you play through, and each character in that village has a specific storyline that maybe is or isn't loosely based around fishing, right? If it's a fishing centric town or village, it's, you know, you expect all the storylines to have something to do with fishing, right? But maybe it's loosely based on fishing. Others will be really prominently based around fishing, you know. That would be really cool. You know, I really hope that they keep all of this in mind, because that would make it a mainstay for me. You know, as it stands right now, I don't care about decor. I don't care about building a base. I want to fish. I want to gather, right? Chopping down wood, gathering herbs and stuff, fishing, mining. I've mentioned fishing several times, right? But fishing, mining, foraging, fishing, hunting, fishing. Right, having a town that's centered around that with storylines specific to that profession, you know, that would make each profession carry more weight, feel more alive, you know. Like, as it stands right now, I don't care for farming, right? But if there's a storyline that's based around farming that is streamlined in a way where you know, you'll get a tutorial I think Josh Hayes mentioned it, where the best tutorials are the ones that aren't like, they take you away from the game, teach you what you need to do, and then you get back to the game, right? The best tutorials are the ones that are baked into the game. You have a story that you play through, and it teaches you the game as you're playing it, right? So having, like, you know, having farming, well, I'm not really into farming because it's complex. I don't like it. Certain crops you've got to grow in a certain season. Palia doesn't have it set up like this, right? But Stardew Valley and other games do, right? You've got certain seasons and certain crops that can only be grown in a certain season, and you got to set it up, and you got to fertilize it, and you got to do this, you got to do that, and it's like, I can't be arsed with all of that, man. That's all complicated. And then you can only grow certain crops in certain seasons or certain times of the day, right? Or only grow at certain times in the day, and you've got to water at certain points in the day, right? Like stuff like that, right? It's really complicated, really inconvenient, not very simple, you know? And this storyline makes me care about the profession. It actually makes me want to give the profession a go, right? So, I didn't really like farming before, but this storyline, this farming village, this village centered around fishing has made me care about farming. And the storyline, I don't care for the profession, but the storyline is so good that it makes me play through the profession. Right, I don't care about the profession, but I'm actively playing through it because the storyline makes me care about that profession. Like, I'm not wording that the best. Playing through the profession, like, I play through the profession to experience the storyline. Like, I care about the storyline. The storyline makes me care about the profession to get through the storyline. That's not worded the best, but you get my point. Right, having those things in the game would make me care, would make me try out the professions even if I don't give a shit about them. I don't care for house building. I don't care for house building. I don't care for farming very much, right? I don't care for bug hunting. But having villages and lands specific to those professions or centered heavily around that profession or one or two of those professions, right? And having storylines specific to the professions, you know, it adds more weight, it adds depth, makes me care about those professions. It gives me a goal to work towards, you know, and being able to play through a storyline, and that storyline requires me to utilize a profession that I really care about, that I want to do, you know, that would be good. Because it's not enough just to have storylines that utilize your professions. I want specific storylines for specific professions, right? So this story, like I said, the fishing village or whatever, right? You play through that storyline. You then have to fish to progress that storyline. So I'm playing through a profession that I really like and enjoy utilizing, and actively progress that storyline. And you've got, like I said, as they've talked about, and I've talked about, they have events and stuff, you know, and like a fishing tournament, you know, like, oh man, there's so much potential for this game. There's so much potential. And even if they incorporate everything that I'm talking about, if they incorporate even half of it, right, that would make it more of a mainstay for me. I think the only way I would care about housing, for me, the only way I would care about housing is if, like, they have romanceable relationships in the game, right? So if you can romance a character and you can start a family with them, right? Or you can start a family with a fellow villager. You know, can you imagine that? You get to start a family with them, or adopt a child, right? Or whatever, right? And you have to expand your house in order to you know, make way for the child, right? And you have to upgrade your house to have like a baby room and a crib, and you have to do like prep so there's enough food for the baby, you know, and you know, like, you know, your partner wants stability and security, so you have to like, you know, prep the house for the baby. You have to have a baby crib, you have to have the food, right? And you have to essentially utilize all of your professions in order to make way for the new life, right? That would be cool. That would make me care about building a house, because I want to advance my romantic relationship with the character, right? That would be cool, you know. And I don't know about having, you know, pregnancy in the game. I get that. I get maybe that's a bit of a, for the type of game that it is, maybe that's a dicey issue, a dicey thing to incorporate. But I don't know. Maybe you would maybe you can adopt, you know, that, you know, in that sense, right? You can adopt a child, and because it's a game, you can choose what that child looks like, right? So it may not be related to you by blood, but that doesn't matter, right? You can customize that child to be your own, and, you know, you can feel a connection to that child, right? You can invest in that child and care about them. Or maybe you raise a pet, right? And you got to raise the pet to level it up and be able to ride it and stuff. And you've got to level it up. And so to do that, you've got to make space for in your house for the pet, right? And you've got to have like a play area for the pet, and you've got to level up the pet. So you know, and to level up, you've got to get certain things for the pet, you know, and eventually it'll level up, and you'll get more benefits through leveling it up, and you'll connect with the pet because there'll be certain there's like a storyline you know, around the pet, you know, and as it levels up, you'll get certain story beats as well, and that would make me care about building a house. That would make me care about the pet system, right? There's a lot there. For me, there is definitely things that they need to include to make it a mainstay, and you know, it looks like there is a focus on some of it, but there are some things they haven't mentioned that I'm like, okay, maybe, you know, if they give this all a look in, maybe, you know, I'll have this be a mainstay. Again, I am sorry for taking so long to get into the actual game, but you know, we're waiting for it to update, so you know. Anyway, let me read the rest. I don't know if I read this part, but I'll read the rest of this. As I'm sure you can tell, we want Palia to be a game you can play for many years to come, with frequent updates, more lands to explore, more ways to play together, a storyline that keeps you guessing, and so much more. Thank you for joining and supporting us on this journey. We made Palia for you. From all of us here at Singularity 6, welcome home. Aidan Karabach. Probably butchering the name, but whatever. Game director. Alright, there we go. So that's the 2 articles read. So we'll have to wait for for the game to finish updating, hopefully. It's at 81% right now. Well, the patch chunk 3 is at 81%. Hopefully it doesn't error it out. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Alright, I'll go grab a drink. I'll be back in a second. Enjoy the music. I'll be back in 5. Hello everybody, I'm back with a drink. Also popped to the toilet as well. What you guys want to know that? You know, it's important to keep you guys updated on what's going on. This is a cool one. I'm gonna put it back to the beginning. I apologise because I didn't hear this one. I want to hear it from the beginning. It sounds really cool. I also am eating a quick bar, and I've got a second one because I wanted a snack. This is the kind of content that you love to see on Earth. Oh. Oh man. Oh, I need that drink. Oh. Ooh. Here it comes. Excuse me. Don't you love to see that? Because you get the waveform. You get the waveform reacting to my burp. Alright, premium content. That's what you get here. Look. If any of you hated that, or maybe you felt a little tingle, I don't know. I don't judge. Don't blame me, blame Palia. Palia, give me errors, it won't launch. I'm waiting for it to download, re-download right now. I'm doing my best to fill the time until it downloads. You know, you can't blame me, okay? You can't blame me. I'm simply just trying to fill the void until Palia it runs. I could have just, you know, came back when the game's actually running, but you know, I was like, no, all right, I'm not gonna come back. I'll stay here, and I will utilize my ability to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk until it's downloaded. I am that guy who can fill 2.5 hours by just talking. I mean, I was playing a game at one point as well, but that wasn't for. I feel like the majority of the time it's been talking and filling in the blanks, right? Whilst we wait for the game to re-download. My internet can only go so fast, I know. But we're close, hopefully. We're on Pack Chunk 3, and hopefully this is. Well, we're at 99%. Then it's going to get to Pack Chunk 4 of 10. I honestly don't know. It doesn't say that. It just says Pack Chunk 3, but this, no matter, like it'll be 4 of 10. Oh, it's close. Come on, man. Oh, Jimmy. Oh. Oh. We're now on Pack Chunk 11. No, now we're back to 0. Oh, it's a fast downloader. It's not like going like little by little. Well, it is, but it's faster than I thought it would be. What? Oh. Oh. Oh god, this one's taking its time. No, this one's taking its time. Let me see if I can watch a gameplay developer stream. Let me see if there's anything else I can watch whilst we wait. Hold on. The hell is this? Let's go this one. Oh, I don't know why I have to decide what I want to show there. I don't know. I was like, what do I do here? What will I do? Know what to do. Done this before. That, and then window capture. Bush. You gonna play? No, it's not going to do it. I don't want game there. We will go to audio sources. We want to go to game, and then we want to go to Opera, add executable in for Opera, and then pardon me. We will go back to the active screen. We will hide the alerts. No, we'll keep the alerts up. We'll hide the alert sounds. And then we will then show the window capture. There we go. Cool.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Palia's Gameplay First Look. I'm your host, Trisha Hirschberger, and I could not be more excited to walk you through the world of Palia. Now, today we are here with Singularity 6, developers of the game, and I know everyone is so excited because we've just recently announced that the beta is coming for Palia. This is the time, but today will be the first time that we are showing Palia gameplay to the world. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being here. Absolutely. Let's meet our panelists. First up, we've got Palia's game director and creative lead, Aiden. Welcome to the stream.
Hey everybody, it's just amazing to be here after all this time working on the game, to be at the point where we're finally ready to show something. Thank you for your patience. Really excited to be here today.
So excited, Aiden. Thank you for being here. Sitting next to Aiden, we've got the scribe behind Palia's lore, villager characters, and the game's evolving world story, Olivia.
It's not me.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. I can't believe I'm actually sitting here in the Ormuzhorn Inn. The Ormuzhorn is a big hub for our villagers and players in the game, and it's just surreal to be here in person.
It is a very cool setting for sure. Also in the inn with us today, is Maxwell, who keeps the team on track with Palia's development. Welcome, Maxwell.
Thanks, Trish. Really excited to show folks what we've got in store today.
Yes, it is going to be fantastic. And sitting just on the end of the Inn Tavern chair, here we've got Ambrielle, Palia's Senior Director of Production, who makes your in-game characters look gorgeous. Welcome, Ambrielle.
Thank you so much. It's been really hard to wait all this time and not be able to say anything, so couldn't be more excited to start sharing with all of you today.
So since the excitement is so high today, in case you've missed it, let's go ahead and take a look at Palia's beta announced trailer.
About that, if you could hear that in the background. People are racing their cars. Apparently. Oh great, now I've got the dog, the ginger mutt in the background. That's cool. I think I've seen this before.
This game looks so beautiful. Was that an in-house aquarium I saw at one point?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, so gorgeous. Well, we've got so much to dive into. Aiden, tell us about Palia.
Absolutely. Well, Palia at high level, it's a cozy community simulation MMO in which you get to be transported into this amazing, whimsical fantasy world, build the house of your dreams, develop relationships with all our unique cast of characters, and of course, most importantly, you get to do this with all your friends. It's a massively multiplayer game where all your friends can be a part of it.
Oh, I just can't wait. Now, for everyone who's watching right now, we've got a lot to get into today. Today, we will be giving you an exclusive deep dive into the world of Palia. We'll be taking a first look at Palia's gameplay. We'll get into some of the lore and meet some of the villagers. We will dive into a quest and even check out multiplayer, and we'll be taking a look at the game's cosmetic items and art as well. So, like I said, tons to delve into. I am someone.
Oh, it's only at 6%.
Character creation. I saw in the beta announced trailer.
Pain, lots of pain, much pain.
So, if I'm just getting started in Palia, how do I make my character?
Absolutely. So this is actually the very first experience that you do in the game. You know, once you've logged in, and you can see we jump right into the lore right off the bat.
So yeah, eventually we're going to learn what this swirly pink purple void is. So we're already in the story. We're actually, part of the story is that humans are coming back to the world of Palia for the first time in thousands of years. So creating your character is a big part of that, you know, like what kind of human do you want to be?
Yeah, I'm very impressed right now already with the amount of options that you have. We took a look at face shape. Now we're looking at various skin tones, different eye colors. And just as a personal question for me, when I created my character in Palia, I tended to make someone that looked a little bit like me, but with some extra pizzazz. Olivia, are you someone who creates a character that looks like yourself, or do you go as far from that as you can?
I try to make them look as close to
I
myself as humanly
don't know if
possible.
it's me being super cynical here, but when she says, like, there's just so many options, I'm like, really? Is there really a load of options? Because, I don't know, it seems pretty, I wouldn't say it's bare bones, but I wouldn't say it's like super in depth either. Right? And admittedly, there are some options that I'm like, okay. I mean, for the type of game that it is, though, like, I understand they can't have certain anatomy options because for the type of game that it is, it wouldn't make any sense and it wouldn't be very appropriate, right? I understand that. I respect that. But there are, like, certain options, you know, obviously it's a good thing that beards are coming. Why they're not default, I don't know, but, you know, it's a good thing that it's nice thing that beards are coming for sure. Oh, me. But I would say, like, the color options, I would say it's not bare bones, but it's not like super in depth either. It's like it's somewhere in between, you know. It's not like mega in depth, but then again, I'm not someone, this I guess it's come from someone who doesn't really spend hours on creating their character, right? So I just want someone who roughly looks like me, or who I can look at, but like, yeah, I'm cool to, like, make them look like my own character, you know, and then go from there, right? I'm not going to spend hours on the facial structure and the bone structure, and, you know, and getting the nose placement and the structure of the upper, you know, the structure of the I don't know, whatever it is, the muscle group, you know, below your eyeballs that make you have a certain default facial expression, or, you know, change how you smile and how you look, right? Like, I'm not going to go that in depth. But I would certainly say, like, it's not. I don't remember. I obviously haven't created my character for. This is my, like, 8th stream of Palia now, and I played the last stress test in the alpha, and I played through the closed beta, and obviously, you know, now the open beta. I wouldn't say it's like mega in depth. I wouldn't say like, oh my god. You know, I am overwhelmed by the amount of choices, you know, of how you can choose to remake your character your own. I wouldn't say it's like overwhelmingly in depth, right? But I wouldn't say it's bare bones either. You know, I would say it's enough customization where I can comfortably feel like I'm playing my own character, I would say. But I wouldn't say it's like mega in depth. So just, I don't know, just hurry up, but there's so much, you know. You can like, there's that. Oh my god. It's just like, okay, you're amping it up just a little bit. Just tone it down just a titch. But I don't know, maybe it's the British in me, maybe it's the Englishman in me. You know, I'm just like, she's amping it up just a little bit, right? I don't know. For me, I'm just like, all right, settle down there. All right, it's not that good. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just the cynical in me, right? Or whatever.
Possible, like, if a game doesn't have, like, copper long hair, I'm like, oh, I'm already turned off for this game. So I'm glad we have so many options, so many people can, you know, be able to find themselves in our character creator.
Absolutely. And Aiden, for you, do you design a character that looks like yourself, or do you generally go into what you'd like to be in a fantasy world?
You know what? I'm one of those players out there, and I know some of you out there are in this space as well, where I often make a kind of feminine character in when I play video games. Okay. And so I just love what options that we've been able to create there. Just so many awesome hairstyles to express, you know, a character just the way that you want.
And speaking of hairstyles, is this a secondary hair color that I see, or you can choose your primary and secondary, so you've got a two-tone going there, Olivia?
Yeah, you can have a secondary, primary. Your eyebrows can be a
Okay.
different color. And to Aiden's point where he was saying, you know, he usually likes to create a more feminine character, something that I think is really cool with our game is that whether you have a masculine or feminine body type, you can wear whatever clothes you want. So you can be...
I know this is a touchy subject for some people. But that isn't that for me. That is, I'm going to talk about it because it's my stream, right? And I will try to be as respectful as possible, but I'm not going to sit here and act like it doesn't bother me when it does. I hate. I don't know when it happened. Maybe like one of the first ones was Cyberpunk. Maybe I don't know when exactly it happened. It was in games developed in the past. You know. Couple years, the past, let's just say the past 5 years, right? When did Cyberpunk release? When was that? 'Cause I feel like maybe that was, I don't know for sure if that was the first one, but that was one of the first. When did that actually come out? I feel like that was one of the early ones to come out. That was 2022. 2020. So 3 years ago, yeah. So in the past 5 years, I would say this is like a change in the past 5 years, right? Where we went from being able to choose male, female to now masculine, feminine, or body type 1, body type 2. I'm not gonna lie to you, that bothers the ever-living fuck out of me. I really dislike the fact that I can't choose a male character. I'm a man, I'm a male, I want the ability to choose a male character, or vice versa, a female character, right? I hate the fact that it's like, if you have a masculine body type or a feminine body type. No, it's not a masculine body type, it's a male. I want to play as a male. I'm a man, I want to play as a male. It bothers me. It genuinely bothers me that I can't choose a male character. Right? It gets on my tits. It bothers me. Like, I know it's like a little thing, right? But it's enough. People care enough about it that have obviously changed it, right? In the past 5 years, I would say people have care enough about it that they have made that change in video games, right? So even though it's a little thing, people obviously care enough about it. I'm one of them, but they've made that change. And people are like, well, does it really matter? It's like, well, it obviously matters because they wouldn't have made that change if it didn't matter to people. It didn't matter to enough people. And it matters to me that I can't choose a male character, Or can't you just, define your character in your own way? Or you get an option at the start, are you, do you want to be able to identify as your own character? Like, they could have an option in place where it's like, I want to see the, conventional, air quotes, conventional, gender type options or whatever, right? Like, it matters to me. It genuinely does. I'm sorry if that bothers people. It's like, that I actually like the fact that it's like that now. It's like, if you believe that, fair enough. I'm not knocking you. But for me personally, I want to be able to choose a male character. And it bothers me that I can't do that. I can't play as a male character or a female character. I've got to choose masculine or feminine. It generally does bother me. It does. But times have changed, obviously, and obviously I'd say in the past 5 years, I don't, maybe more, maybe less, but I'm gonna say 5 years just to just as a general time frame, right? Like, times have changed, and we don't. This isn't. I can't help but wish sometimes we could reset. We could turn the clock back 10, 15 years ago, 10, 15, 20 years ago. Where I could choose a male character and I didn't have to deal with all of this, because it's annoying to me. It's annoying to me that I can't, and especially when it's like body type 1, body type 2, and you can't filter the searches by male or female. So like I want to choose a hairstyle that's, a male hairstyle. I want to choose, male clothing. I want to look like a man. Right, in all sense of the word, but because of the masculine and feminine, right, then it's like, well, I want to choose, like, then I've got, say like I pick clothing option, right, and this clothing option makes me look like I've got a set of breasts, right, and I was like, well, I don't want that. I like the clothing, but I didn't realize that this was feminine clothing, right, but it doesn't allow me to filter by male or female clothing, so. Because obviously they don't want to offend anybody, right? Like, they want, there are certainly people watch this very stream, You know, and I don't mean to, no, I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend any of you, but this is just how I feel about it, right? If you disagree, you disagree, that's fair enough, I respect that. But me not being able to choose a certain clothing type, right? Like a male clothing type that's for men, right? Or for boys, right? It does bother me, it does annoy me, you know? But again, times have changed, we're in a different time now, and I've got to just accept it and get on with it, right? I'm still going to talk about it and bring it up because it is something that, you know, I generally do care about, and it does genuinely bother me. But at the same time, it's something that I've got to accept and respect and get on with, you know? Like, it's not going to stop me from playing the game. I'm still going to enjoy Palia. You know, I've still played and enjoyed Cyberpunk, right? I played that back when it was buggy, when it was back 1.4 on the PS4 version on PS5. They're playing a PS4 version, but on the PS5 when it was crashing, it was bugs and stuff, right? Back before they overhauled the initial overhaul, right? I played that I completed that twice, right? You not being able to choose your body type, male or female, you know, male female character, isn't going to stop me from playing and enjoying the game. But it is something that bothers me, you know. Ultimately, if it's a good game, I'll look past it and still play and enjoy the game. But it is something that bothers me, you know, enough to talk about it, right? And it does get to me when that isn't, when, you know, oh, I want to play as a male character. Well, no, you'll be playing as body type 1. No, I want to play as a male character. Nope, it's masculine or body type 1. Okay, but I'm a male. You can choose to identify as a male. No, I'm a male. I don't identify as a male. That was what I was born as. I am a male. You know, but again, I'm sorry to offend anybody. I know this may offend people and I apologise for that. I'm not looking to offend anybody or insult anybody, you know. I apologise for that. That's not my intention. My intention is just, you know, that this is something I care about deeply, obviously, you know. But it's just one of those things, you know, like, you know, as much as I may not like it, that games incorporate that into the, in the way that they do. At the end of the day, it's something that I've just got to accept and you know, and get on with if I want to play games, right? Because it's not. I don't think it's anything that's going to go away, right? And it's just annoying, you know. Someone who I don't know if say, well, old-fashioned. I mean, I was born in the mid-90s. You know, I grew up in a time when, you know, you were a male or a female. You know, and I admit that upbringing has, you know, affected how I perceive the world, how I conduct myself, right? How I choose to present myself to the world, and how I present my thoughts and my theories and stuff, right? That has had a hand in how I choose to define myself, right? Or has defined me as a human being. But yeah, it's just one of those things, you know. And I get it, you know, people, you know, don't want to play as a male or a female, right? They want to play as they, you know what I mean? And the thing is, right, it's not enough, is it? You know, like I was saying, argue like, when is it enough? Because I feel like there are, I don't know for sure. I'd have to have this conversation with people who are of that ilk, I guess you could say. You know, like, is it enough to have masculine or feminine or male, body type 1, body type 2? Because say, I don't know, say you want you know, say you want like a big, you know, bulky body, but you want to have breasts, right? So that would be a combination of masculine and feminine, you know? So like a hybrid of the two, you know? So I just feel like it's what we have now is for some people, I imagine, isn't enough. It's a step in the right direction, but it's not enough. And you got people on the opposite end of the spectrum, like me, who don't want it to be like this, who want it to be how it used to be. And I want to just play as a male character or a female character. You know, I don't want body type 1, body type 2. You know, and there's going to be people who want it to be like it is now. And I feel like I feel like there are going to be people who don't like how it is now and want there to be more. Like I said, right? People want a mix of masculine and feminine, and they don't just want to have one or the other. They want a masculine, big, you know, like, in air quotes again, you know, a male build, but they want, you know, feminine features like breasts and the slim. They want the body to be masculine but slim, if you get what I mean. You know, like, they want like a mix of a marrying, if that's the right word, of both, right? And so I feel like there's going to be people who want more than how it is now, you know. and I don't want it to be there to be more. I want it to be how it used to be, right? And I feel like a compromise would be you can choose male, female, body type 1, body type 2, body type 3, body type 4, or male, female, masculine, feminine, you know, and then, you know, or you know, and then in other, there's body type 1, body type 2, you know, like, I just feel like there's not enough. I feel like, you know, I don't know, maybe that's going too far. So no, you don't need to have it like that. No, that's too complicated. That's going overboard, you know, which I can understand that argument. You know, that is maybe a bit too much, but again, you know, if they, you know, it's not going to stop me from playing the game if it's good. It's just something that, like, you know, I see that and I'm like, oh, yeah, cool, great. Yeah, I so enjoy playing body type 1 or body type 2. You know, no, I'm not male, I'm masculine. You know, like, it does bother me. And I get it, it's just one of those things, like I said, I have to accept it, I have to respect it, and I have to get on with it, right? Because it isn't going away, and I have to move with the times, you know, adapt or die, as they say. You know, I have to accept it and make peace with it. Which, as you can tell, was hard for me to do. But, you know, it's one of those things, right? I don't want to be afraid to talk about it, right? And again, I'm sorry, you know, for if some of this is, you know, this subject matter is bothersome for some of you. That's not my intention. I don't mean to offend anybody or insult anybody. That's not my intention at all. I apologize if you feel that way. But I feel it's important to talk about because it's something that means something to me. And if it offends you because you also care about it, you just don't agree with what I'm saying, that's fair enough. But, you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, I wish I could choose to pick a male character, you know, but those, you know, as I said, times have changed, they are continuing to change, and, you know, it's just in video games, you know, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to pick that option again, unless, of course, there's a mod. And I thought if someone created a mod for you to just so it changes the text to be male or female, I feel like people would kick off about that. I feel like people would kick off about that, and vice versa. I mean, I watch people like Asmongold, and I feel like Asmongold would probably make a video about that, going, seriously? That's so stupid. Seriously? Alright, because you're going to get people that are going to kick off about it, being, yeah, finally, I get to play as a male character. Boom, that's what I want, you know? I don't want to play as a masculine or feminine character. I want to play as a male character because I'm a man. I want to play as a male. Boom. You know, and then you're gonna get people on the opposite end going like, this is you know, offensive. This is, you know, misogynistic. Blah blah blah. You know, this isn't inclusive. You know, this is a step back. I'm sure some people would argue, right? This is going backwards, not forwards, right? And that's some, you know, you got one group that's like, this is a step back, but in a good way, right? We're taking things back to how they should be. And then some people are going to argue, well, this is a step back. We're actually regressing. You know, this isn't good. You know, then there are going to be people in between. I feel like Asmongold, who are like, this is so stupid. Like, does it really matter? You know, like, does it really matter? Right, like, it matters. Like, does it? You know, what I mean, if you want to play as a male character, then just pretend you're picking. When you pick masculine, you're just picking the male option. You know, like, you know, the masculine character is the male option. It's just named differently to, to be more inclusive, right? Like, does it really matter that much, right? You're gonna get people in between making that argument, right? Which is why I said, you know, like earlier, right? You know, ultimately, you know, it is what it is. You know, I just have to accept it and get on with it. Like I said, you know, it's not going to stop me from playing a game if it's a good game. It's just when I see it bothers me. But I'll look past it if the game is good. So, I would say I'm of the ilk that, like, wishes it was how it used to be, right? But at the same time, you know, I'm not gonna, like, kick up a stink and go on forums or demand that the developer includes, you know, the original, you know, gender type options. You know, one, because I don't think I'd get my way, and two, I'd get a lot of backlash from it as well. You know, but I care about it. It's something that I care about, and, you know, I thought I would talk about it because it's something to talk about, and I feel like it's you know, if people care enough about it to have it changed, I have the same right to care about wanting it to be how it used to be. You know, like if people are confident and courageous in speaking about it, you know, it being good how it is now, and we still aren't there yet, then I feel like I reserve the right to talk about that. I wish it was how it used to be, even if, you know, it's not going to ever be how it used to be, right? Like, it's important to me, and I understand that it's important to people that it is how it is now, you know. And I wish that there was like a compromise, you know, like a middle ground. But maybe like I said earlier, maybe that's, you know, going overboard, and it's too much, you know. It makes things too complicated, which is fair enough.
Have a masculine body type and wear a dress and have a feminine voice. You can be, you know, have a feminine body type and wear pants, which is normal nowadays. But you know, it's really up to you how you want to customize your character.
So really, you have options. At the end of the day, limitless options. And I assume more will be added over time, as this is a living, breathing.
No, that's not it.
Absolutely. It's a live service game, and so
over time. At the end of
You have a feminine body type and wear pants, which is normal nowadays. But you know, it's really up to you how you want to customize your character.
So really, you have options. At the end of the day, limitless options. And I assume more will be added over time, as this is a living, breathing.
absolutely, it's a live service game, and so that's one of the great things. You know, we're happy.
That's an interesting thing. I wanted to go back there because I was like, wait, I wanted to check what she said there. It's would I want, like, it comes to mind for me, like, would I get in trouble, like, if I say I was a game developer, right, or, you know, I studied at uni to be a writer, right, and I'm actually looking to go back to uni to finish my education, right? Do you think that, like, if I mention, like, I feel like, you know, I said, do you think, like, I feel like maybe if I mention, like, you know, if I was writing a character, or I was, you know, I was working for a game company, and I said, you know, like, yeah, I'll, you know, play my male character, right, or like, oh, you know, let's play as a male, you know, would I get, oh, you can't say that, you got to play, you got to say, you know, you mean masculine? It's like, no, I mean male. I'm playing as a male character, right? But that's another thing, right? Again, I've already said my piece on it, right? And, you know, moving on now. But I wonder if I would get in trouble for that, right? For saying male or female, right? I don't know. It's like I said, times are changing, and you've got to, you know, adapt or die. You've got to move with the times, but I know there are times, you know, where I look at today's world with how we operate and everything, and it's like, oh, why can't it be how it used to be? I know how it used to be isn't perfect. You know, there were problems back in the day as well, but, you know, I mean, I was born in the mid-90s, so I grew up in the early 2000s. You know, there are times when I wish it was how it used to be. Some people prefer how it is now, and I get that, but, you know, in terms of, like, games, you know, specifically, right, like, man, microtransactions, you know, predatory practices in games, you know, and then all of this stuff that, you know, I mentioned earlier, you know, it's just, for me specifically, I sometimes wish it was how it used to be, you know, back in the day of Elder Scrolls. I mean, like I said, I mentioned earlier with UI and stuff, right? The main menu, you know, like Elder Scrolls Oblivion, just starting the game, I could pick a, you know, male, female character, and, you know, it was just so simple back then. It was simpler times to me, both objectively and subjectively speaking. You know, it was simpler times back then. I say objectively and subjectively because for me personally, you know, my personal preference, you know, it was simpler times, and objectively speaking, it was also simpler times, you know, in terms of, like, you know, games weren't so janky and filled with microtransactions and all that. You know, back then it was about the quality of the game. You know, when you paid for a £40 game, you got a £40 game for the most parts, you know, for the most part. In terms of AAA games, you paid for a £40 game, you got a £40 game. You didn't get a early access buggy piece of shit that they would spend a year patching to get it to where it should have been when it released. You know? Like, there's just today's world, man. There's a lot of shit, man. I was born in the wrong time. I was born in the wrong time. There are 2 time periods I wish I was born in. There are 2 time periods I wish I was born in, right? One's a contingency, you know, one, and one's like the main one. I wish I was born in the 60s, so I could grow up in the 80s, in my 20s, and then a couple years after Halo 3, Halo ODST, maybe just before the Xbox One is announced, so I can go out with Microsoft being the golden child. No, I go out believing Microsoft to be good and wonderful. You know, I go out a few years after Halo 3. You know, just before Xbox One is announced, and then I go out peacefully in my sleep, or I have a happy ending, one of the two. You know, that would be good. That would be good. I'd love that. I'd absolutely love that. You know, that would be good for me. Born in the 60s, grow up in the 80s, happy days, right? But no, I have to be born in the bloody mid-90s, and I have to grow up with, and I don't mean to offend anybody, I had to grow up with, in my personal opinion, in my personal subjective opinion, I had to grow up with all of this. What's that like that? All of this. You know, I just, you know, today's world is, it's just not for me. Today's world is for me. I was born in the wrong time, and the other time period would be to have been born in the time period where I grow up with all of this. I was fortunate enough to grow up with, I don't know if I worded it better, the greatest earlier on, because I feel like I'm contradicting myself now. Well, because I grew up in the early 2000s, right? So I grew up just before all of this happened, right? Before all of these radical, I would argue, radical changes happened, right? But I you know, the other time period would be, you know, to like, you know, 2005, 2010, right? 2005 onwards, I would say that 2005 onwards. So, you know, I'd be 18 now. You know, I would be used to all of this. All of this would be normal for me. You know, all of this would be normal for me. I would maybe 2005. I would be in 2015. I'd be 10. So, you know, I don't know for sure when the first game was to have like these gender type options, but all of that stuff, right? Like, I would 2005 onwards, 2005, 2010. You know, and I'd be growing up, and all of this would be normal for me. I wouldn't have a problem with any of it, because arguably I might even encourage it, because all of it would be the norm for me, you know. But I grew up in the mid-90s, you know, and in the early 2000s, heavily influenced by the early 2000s. So all of this for me isn't the norm. It's all changing. It's all things that I'm not used to, things that I'm not comfortable with. You know, things maybe that arguably, to an extent, truthfully, arguably to an extent, I don't even fully understand or get, or even want to get, you know? So that's another thing for me. Again, I know this is like, you know, like we're watching a dev stream for Palia and you're going on about all this stuff, but, you know, we're passing the time whilst I wait for Palia to download, and I think it's interesting to talk about. You know, it's a side note, I know, but I think it's interesting to talk about and discuss. And people are going to disagree with me, of course, but you know, that you're never gonna learn. You're never gonna, you know, become a better person if you don't expand your views. You know, if you don't see the other side, if you don't hear, you know, the other person out. You know, like there's going to be people here, people lurking away, people watching the stream who watch this later as a VOD, you know, YouTube, Kick, what, you know, Twitch, whatever, that, you know, are going to be like, you know, I disagree with you, Scribe. I think you're wrong. I think it's perfectly fine how it is now, and you're just overreacting. You're just being a drama queen, or, you know, drama man, or whatever, right? You know, there were people, but well, it's okay. Well, you know, and obviously I can't speak to them because they're watching the stream after the fact. But it's, you know, if I could, it was like, okay, well, why do you think I'm wrong? I don't think I'm being overboard. I think it's, you know, I think if you are you justifying how it is now, or you just don't care? Well, I think it's actually better how it is now. Okay, how is it better? Explain to me how it's better. You know, so I don't have to explain myself to you. No, you don't. But I want to. I'm asking you because I want to understand. I want to hear you out. Why do you think it's better now? If you disagree with me, please indulge me. Explain to me your side of the story. Explain to me why you think I'm wrong. You know, I might still think what I do even after you've explained what you've said, but at least I will have gained an insight into why you think the way you do. You know, you're never going to grow. You're never going to become a better person if you just stay in your own bubble. You never branch out. You know? That's why I said that's part of the reason why that time period that I wish I was born in was 2005 onwards. Because I would have grown up with all of this. So I wouldn't be bothered by all of it because it's all the norm for me. You know? I would have adjusted to all of it. You know, because I grew up with all of it. I was influenced by all of it. Whereas, because I was born in the mid-90s, I grew up with all of that. You know, so all of this is new for me, and you know, it's not what I'm used to. It's not what I want, you know, necessarily. So it's just, as I said, it's interesting to talk about. It's interesting to discuss, and I think it's worth mentioning because one, it passes the time, and two, you know, you're never gonna grow as a person if you don't discuss things like this.
Happy about the options that we're starting off with, but you know, this is day one from when the game first comes out. We're going to continue to add things into the future, so definitely as players, you know, let us know what we're missing. We're excited to keep expanding this world over time.
Excellent. And our character, Maddie Mush, I believe is what the name was there, is looking so cute. So after Maddie Mush is created, what comes next?
So we're going to jump right into our introduction cinematic. No small amount of drama for how you enter the world of Palia. So let's check that out.
Yeah, we love drama. So what are we looking at here?
These are some ancient human ruins. It's a place that our Majiri, which are our kind of purple-skinned elf-like race, what they call the Phoenix Shrine. I wonder how they got that name, given the statue. And this is an archaeologist. Her name is Gina. And she is exploring these ruins and has triggered a magical event. So as we can see, there's some magic brewing up there. There's this sphere coming from the heavens. I wonder what we'll see.
I mean, that sphere of light looks very familiar. Maybe we saw it at the end of the character creator.
Oh, look, it's Mushy Maddie.
Oh my gosh,
well,
it's
hooray.
you or me, one way or the other. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is your character opening their eyes for the first time and seeing this world, and a very surprised archaeologist looking at them.
Olivia, do we as the player know where we've come from? I mean, just the fact that we're kind of looking at our hands makes me think maybe this is a rebirth or an awakening of sorts.
Yeah, your character is a brand new person, so they somehow know how to speak, but other than that, you know, they haven't really experienced anything before. So this new home is brand new in their eyes.
And I imagine our archaeologist, who is just kind of examining some ruins, is probably quite shocked at this point. Yes, Aiden?
Oh, absolutely. So while there are many humans entering the world of Palia across the landscape, this is the first time Gina's seen someone kind of come to life right before her eyes. So you have that kind of special connection to Gina right off the bat.
That's pretty impressive. All right, now I see it looks like we're starting to run through another area. Is this kind of our first look as the character at the world of Palia?
Yeah, so this is where you're doing, you know, getting adjusted to some of your basic movement. It looks like this player knows how to get their way around all right. But yeah, here's the big reveal as you go out into Kilima Valley itself.
Gorgeous.
See, that's not what I saw when I played the game twice. I think I've done it twice now. When I played through it twice. I can't talk much about the alpha because NDA, but I'm just saying, whenever I've seen this intro, I'm pretty sure it's just been buggy and like it's not fluid like it is now. Interesting, captured during alpha. Well, they must have a beefy powerhouse nuclear PC then, because it wasn't this smooth for me. I don't remember it being. I don't remember it being this smooth and fluid when I played through it.
Explore everything we're looking at right now.
It is, absolutely. So, you know, run down to that town. That's going to be the next step that we're going to go through here.
Okay, perfect. And does that town have a name, Olivia?
Yeah, it is called Kilima Village. So the root word is similar to Kilimanjaro. It kind of just helps you pronounce it there. But it's a small town. Used to be a bigger trade hub, but kind of has dried up. Sleepy little town. We've got 23 people living there. And you know, I think those like small town vibes can be really cozy, which is a feeling that we want to evoke throughout the game, is like coziness.
Oh, it definitely feels cozy, and it feels like a world that I personally would love to explore and to live in, and I'm sure everyone watching feels the same way. Now, is Maddie just extra curious in going to the village, or is there something that Maddie's trying to do right now?
So Gina has told Maddie that in order to kind of get their housing plot to get themselves set up, they need to talk to Ashura, the innkeeper. Ashura is kind of like the dad of the village. He used to be a war hero, but since then has become a pacifist and opened up this inn. And when the humans started emerging, he just kind of naturally took it upon himself to help people get set up. The inn's really small and can't, you know, house hundreds of humans, so he's getting them set up with a tent. And we're about to meet him just now.
Well, that's very kind of Ashura. I notice we're also walking past some other villagers. Maxwell, are you the type of player that when you first go into a game like Palia, you want to talk to all the villagers, or are you going right for the quest?
I do like to quickly chat and just get to know who I'm around, and then I beeline it straight for, all right, let's get this going.
How's your day going?
Yep. And Ashura has quite an interesting look to him. So, Ambrielle, I'm going to ask you to kind of weigh in on the character design of Ashura.
Oh yeah, I think Ashura's design is really awesome. It's cool to see. He's got these tattoos, he's got a dog tag around his neck, so you can really tell what his background was like. But he's got, you know, the rolled up sleeves and the apron now. He's got a very soft expression, so yeah, you can see where he came from, but also he's a nice father figure now, like Olivia said.
I love all the details of the character that you just see in the visual design. I think the art team and the animation team has done a great job bringing all that stuff to life.
Yeah.
Really great.
So incredible, and so incredible of Ashura to welcome us as new players to this world. So I saw there, we took a look at a map really quickly, and then it took us to this new area. Is this just outside of the village, Aiden?
Yeah, so we did do a quick fast forward there, okay. So no teleporting through space in the game in quite that way. But this is your housing plot. So this is really going to be where you have so much creative control as a player, where you eventually, you know, start off with these kind of humble beginnings. It's overgrown, maybe, you know, not aspirational to start.
58%.
This is where so much of the
we're gonna get there.
Through, and you can build this.
We're gonna get there.
Place of your dreams.
Oh, I love that. And who are we talking to now, Olivia?
This is Hodari the miner. He's been working with Ashura to help get the housing plot set up. A nickname that our developers have for him is Hot Dari, if you can imagine why.
It's the jawline.
It's the jawline. But right now he's just teaching you how to use your axe and your pickaxe to help clear this plot of land to put down your tent.
Okay, wonderful. And then does he provide us with the axe and the pickaxe, or is that something we need to craft?
That's something he provides you with. So you're going to get the axe and the pickaxe you see on your tool wheel down there, and then you're going to craft the tent.
Okay, and it looks like maybe we're clearing some space before we craft our tent. And for me, when I jump into a world like this, I'll clear just as much as I need to, but it looks like Maddie has cleared a whole plot. Aiden, what type of player are you? Clear the minimum or clear it all?
You know, you start off with this space inside of the fence, and I always feel inclined to just kind of tidy up a little bit before I jump back into the quest, you know? So I can really empathize with this player here, so.
I get it. Olivia, do you clear the full plot, or are you going right for placing the tent?
I go right for the minimum. In fact, sometimes I'll build the tent and realize I don't have a place to place it, and so I have to go back and just like clear a few things, and I take more time trying to do less work than I would if I just cleared a bunch from the beginning.
This is really cool what we're seeing here. So you just saw a glimpse of the grid, and so as soon as you like take an item that can be placed, that enters you into a placement mode, surprise, surprise. And you can rotate items, and eventually this will get much more robust. You can even hide the grid and place things precisely exactly where you want them.
Oh, I love that. I also loved the various rotation options. I mean, it's not just 90-degree angles. You can really get in there and make it fancy if you want to. So it looks like Maddie has made a workbench and has started crafting. And what is Maddie working on now?
So it's a storage chest, really important. You're going to be collecting a lot of different items in Palia. It's a good thing to make pretty early on. And as you're collecting things, one of the really cool things we added pretty early on is you can actually use the crafter and craft materials straight out of your storage bin without having to pull them out yourself. So just a little quality of life feature to keep things kind of streamlined in the crafting experience.
That's lovely. And I see a new interface that we're looking at right now. What is this point of view?
So when you're customizing, there are two main views. You can do things in the 3D space, but for really large objects, it's really helpful to use that top-down view that you, by default, use the H key there, as you can see at the bottom of the screen. Wonderful. And that allows you to just kind of flip in and out. What's the best way to customize? You want to get a different look at things? Trying to give you options.
And I love that you said for really large items, we are able to start Paleo with a pretty large tent.
It's kind of surprisingly large, isn't it? Yeah. You're like, oh, I think I could actually put stuff up in here. Wanted to give you some space where you can actually, make it your own.
Yeah, well, that's very generous that we get to start off with that. So thank you, Ashura and Hodari, for setting us off on a good first footing.
It's more like glamping than camping,
It is definite glamping. Okay, so that was awesome to take a look at. After this, can we go back into Kilima Village and take a tour? I know we saw a little bit of it when we first went through to meet Ashura, but let's really take a deep dive into Kilima Village. Let's see what we've got.
Okay, so after you're done with the tutorial, you're able to just kind of jump right back into the action, and you're able to choose from.
I wonder if I'll see anything that's new to me.
So you can go and you can meet all the villagers, or you can start with our skills gameplay. I think this player may be about to talk to Ani, who's our delivery boy.
Yawning like so much.
Very high energy, very excited. That the humans are back as the most exciting thing to ever happen to him, because he's just this little boy who lives in a small town and dreams of doing big things. Now it looks like we're going back over to the inn. Reth is the cook who works at the inn, and you can buy food from him. You can also go over and chat with him. He is one of our romanceable characters.
Romance.
If you're interested in dating him. I saw some meme that was like all like women secretly just want a line cook, fairy prince, or something else, and I was like, line cook covered.
Honestly, Olivia, there's so many interesting characters that we've seen already in the game. I was going to ask you if they're romanceable, so thank you. Thank you for answering that question that I'm sure is burning within a lot of us. But yes, dating a cook, I think, is a lot of folks' dreams. So what
I don't think that was a burning question in me, but whatever.
Oh, Aiden. Oh no, it's hard to keep up. I mean, we're running by all these activities, and one of the really awesome things about Palia is, while we have main quest lines that you can be chasing after, it's also one of those games where, game puts the main story in front of you and half the players just go left and keep running that way. And, really the choice is up to you. We really wanted to make a game that you could play the way that you wanted to play. But of course, skills are a big part of that, no matter where you go. And so it looks like we're doing a little insect catching here to get started.
Insect catching, very nice. Now, would we be catching insects because they have a worth in this world, or are we using it as a crafting component, maybe?
We get into a little of each there.
Okay.
But definitely they're valued by some people out in the world of Palia, and there are, of course, more common ones, more rare ones, so you're going to have to search high and low across different times a day to really try and find and complete a collection.
Awesome. So bug catching is definitely something we can do in this world. I kind of saw there your menu for switching back and forth. Is that between different skills?
Absolutely. So that wheel allows you to really quickly just switch what equipment you have on. You'll find very frequently in Palia, you might start with a particular mission that you leave your housing plot to go out and do, but then you end up doing so many other activities that just pop up all around you. And so we really needed a way for the players to kind of hot switch between those various activities as you go, as different opportunities kind of present themselves.
As the player that gets distracted by every single shiny, I appreciate that immensely. All right, Olivia, where are we headed next? It looks like we might maybe do some fishing.
Yeah, we're
What did you say
All right,
before?
Olivia, distracted by every...
As you go, as different opportunities kind of present themselves.
As the player that gets...
Activities, as you go, as different opportunities kind of present themselves.
As the player that gets distracted by every single shiny, I appreciate that immensely. All right, Olivia, where are we headed
Bloody
next? It
hell,
looks like
man.
we might maybe do some fishing.
Yeah, we're at the docks. We passed by my favorite NPC to write, which is Einar the Fishing Golder, and we'll learn a little bit more about him later. But right now we're just engaging in our fishing minigame, which is super fun, super relaxing. I think it feels a lot like fishing, and it's not as frustratingly hard as some fishing mini games are. Although, if you're trying to get the chase fish, it can get a little bit difficult. But you're just kind of trying to line that little parenthesis up with the fish.
We call it the safe zone internally.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, that's one of those things. I'm like, the player base will think of a name, and no matter what we call it, it'll stick whatever they decide it is. So.
I'm a writer, so it's a parenthesis.
There we go.
It makes total sense. But Olivia, you said...
So it's a...
And no matter what, you know,
that little parenthesis up with the fish.
we call it the
trying to line that little parenthesis up with the fish.
We call it the safe zone internally.
Okay.
You know, that's one of those things. I'm like, the player base will think of a name, and no matter what we call it.
It makes total sense. But Olivia, you said the fishing game is kind of a nice balance of not overly challenging, but there is some difficulty scale there.
Yeah, you know, we're really going for that easy to learn, difficult to master kind of vibe. Yeah, it's all of the fish, like if you're just trying to kind of complete your fish collection, are pretty easy to get, but once you get into the star quality fish, which are the ones you can display in your housing plot, those get a little bit harder to catch.
I see. So we have different difficulty levels of fish. It's all making sense now. I love a good fishing mini game, so I've got lots of questions there, but we'll move on. It looks like Maddie is running around outside, maybe doing a little bit more insect catching. Are there other things we can... Oh, I see a shiny. There we go. I just answered my own question. What are we collecting at this point?
This is a Sundrop Lily, which is one of our forageables that can be used for crafting furniture, like if you want to dye something, that pretty orange color. It can also be used as a gift for villagers.
Oh, all right. I'm anticipating that gifting villagers is a way to maybe gain favor with them, but I'll put a pin in the romance discussion for now. We'll get to that a little bit more later. But I see that Maddie is collecting quite a few things at the bottom. Can you kind of talk to me a little bit about the interface that we're looking at there in the lower right-hand corner?
Yeah, so that's your inventory. Basically, at any given time, you can actually customize the number of action bars you have down at the bottom and flip between them as you want. But this is kind of like the hot selection options that you have. So, you know, if you need to eat something, which you can see our bar at the top for kind of keeping track of, you know, what your focus bar is. And otherwise, it's just a way to keep track of what you have and if your inventory is starting to get too full.
Okay, perfect. And I see here in this player menu, we're looking at skill levels. We've got our tools. We've got some of those items there. What should players be really paying attention to when they look at that menu?
So one of the big things on the bottom left is you can see all your skills. Each of those have their own level associated with them. Okay. And particularly in the early game, every time that you're leveling one of those, you're going to want to go back to the skill master associated with that skill because they're going to have some cool rewards, new gameplay, new content for you to access as you progress through there.
Excellent. Yeah, there's a lot to look at there, but I'm sure it will become commonplace the more time we get to spend in Palia. So it looks like Maddie is kind of splitting her time between a couple different activities. And do you recommend that folks kind of jack of all trades it in terms of skills or really specialize in one specific skill and then, you know, perhaps use that to their advantage?
71%. We're getting there.
You can really play either
We are
way.
getting there.
I tend to do a little bit of everything because for some reason it feels like cheating to not actually get the things that I was supposed to use in a crafting recipe or for a quest. But you can also just specialize in one thing and then trade that stuff for gold or you can ask other players for things. There's tons of different ways to play.
And I imagine that we have various quests that kind of walk us through familiarizing ourselves with these various skills.
Correct. We have a bunch of different NPCs are like heads of our guild. So Einar's head of the fishing guild.
Nice.
Ani's
Oh,
head
so
of the
there are
bug
guilds in
catching
the game.
guild. And we have quests with those characters to help you learn those skills.
Perfect. So one
Quests? I haven't encountered any quests from those skills. What? I've been playing the game for a bit now. I've never encountered any quests with them. Or maybe that's a planned feature. Maybe that's something that they haven't incorporated yet. Because I've been doing up my mining. I've been doing up fishing. I haven't noticed any quests with them. Or maybe there were quests, but they were like the initial quests, and then there's nothing after that. I don't know. I don't. If there are quests with them, they were early on, the initial like introduction to that profession, and then after that, nothing. I'm very confused. Very, very confused.
Once we've gotten all our skill levels up, how do we go in and build the house of our dreams? Let's see.
So you can see we've kind of fast forwarded in time again here a bit, and we've got a, reasonably progressed
3.5 hours have been here. 3.5 hours, and we still have not been able to play the game.
Those different housing customization views in
We'll
order
get
to,
there.
build things out just the way we want. In this case, the player is looking at the.
Just for anyone who's wondering, by the way, this isn't me playing the game for the first time. If you notice on the stream title, they all say Palia number 8. Okay. Trovo might not be there anymore for some reason. It has to be. I have to reconnect my Trovo. Okay. Really? Oh, come on, man. I was streaming to Trovo already, but it needs me to reconnect to Trovo in the middle of a stream. I didn't even realise. Oh, for crying out loud. Give me a second. Unbelievable. Alright, it's there now. But is it like done it twice now? No. It looks like it's actively, maybe it was already actively streaming Trovo. It's just to change stuff. I don't know for sure. It's there now. So, and it says actually, well, it says on Trovo I've been streaming for 3 hours. So 3.5 hours. So it looks like it didn't disconnect from Trovo, which is good. It's been actively streaming this entire time. So okay, that's kind of annoying. Don't know why it did that, but whatever. All right. Yeah. That was annoying.
The kind of
That was actively annoying.
And the walls on the outside, which allow you to, if on the inside, do you want there to be no wall between the rooms? Do you want there to be a small door, like a double door? And this is something that you'll also unlock more options for over time. Same thing with the windows on the outside. You can go no windows all the way up to, you know, really nice customized big things.
Did we just put an addition on our house?
Absolutely. So that's also one of the big things you're seeing. Again, mentioned that this is kind of an early game. You can have a mansion if that's where you want to take this experience to, add a bunch of additions to it. But yeah, as you add those, acquire new rooms within the city hall, you know, you have to build those and go through some of the craft time associated with it. It's also a nice thing to have your friend come out and help you get through.
Now, when you mention craft time, is that in-game time? Is that real-world time? How does that work?
So for the buildings, once you've gotten the materials there is a real-world craft time associated with it. Generally, you know, there's a little bit of time associated with bigger things in the world.
Excellent. And I saw we just kind of added this whole addition to our home. But if you wanted to get really granular and do it, you know, just by doing the walls yourself and really get in there and customize, that's an option too, correct?
Right, so you can kind of change the connections between them. You can also customize the wallpaper, the flooring, and of course decor, interior customization. That's something that is really rich in Palia. We have hundreds of items for you to find, and you know, you can really put them throughout your house just the way you want to.
I wish that in real life you could add an addition to your house this quickly. You know, it's like 4 hours, like that'd be great.
Just some wood and some stone. Man, I'll do that any day.
Yeah, it took me months to just convert my garage, so.
Wood and stone in 4 hours, perfect. I agree, that would be lovely. All right, it looks like Maddie is going inside so we can see some of these interiors that you were talking about and some of these interior options. Which interior options are we looking at right now? Can you kind of walk us through some of the things that we're seeing in Olivia?
So this player is pretty advanced, pretty far into the game. So they have some of our like more chase furniture items. Ambriel, maybe you could talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah. Over time, you can, like Aiden mentioned, collect hundreds of different decor and furniture items. So yeah, this player has gotten some pretty rare stuff. So they're probably investing a lot in this crafting system, learning to make some pretty high-tier recipes, and maybe spending a little time at the underground market, picking up some super rare stuff.
Yeah, we'll get into the underground in a bit, but magic is a bit taboo in this world. So if you want magic items or you want some kind of, you know, more expensive art that might have fallen off a truck, we have a cool underground market.
Oh, I love that that whole thing exists in this world. Like you said, we'll have to get more into that a little later. But I also love that Maddie is able to craft furniture items, it looks like right now. And that's a skill in and of itself. So it's not just a currency-based type of thing to get furniture. You gather the resources or trade for them, and then you craft your own furniture. That's really cool. So what is Maddie making right now?
So the Choppa is one of been the most popular characters as we've been developing the game. And so of course there are a ton of Choppa themed items, wallpapers, all sorts of things that you can find in that theme. And of course then you can use those to customize your house just the way that you want.
How beautiful. And again, look at these placement options. So Olivia, kind of walk us through, once you've created something, what is the process to then place it in the world?
It's pretty straightforward. You can either have the in-world view, like what you're seeing now, where you just click on the item and you can move it along to select on the grid, or you can actually place anything in that top-down view, which sometimes, like a really big piece like the gazebo, I kind of prefer to do in the top-down view.
Totally.
Very cool. And this house looks so beautiful. I feel like Maddie, yes, is making this house gorgeous for herself, but also maybe wants to have friends over and entertain. How does that work as far as if you wanted friends to come over your house, or maybe there are friends that you don't want to come over your house?
So permissions are a huge deal. If you remember that top-down view, there's a pull-down menu at the top there where you can set permissions on a per-player basis. And so by default, you know, a visitor just has a small number of activities that they can do with you on the plot, but you can upgrade them to editor status, which allows them to do things like move things around in your space, so that you can really kind of share in this customization and home experience together. It's also one other really important part here is you know, while you might spend a ton of time making this particular housing plot just perfect, you might have other people that maybe you have a totally different vision, a totally different fantasy that you want to chase together. And so we actually have the option where you can have multiple housing plots and set
Sorry about that, I was
different
just reporting
permissions
an
for other
issue
players on each of them.
on TikTok.
So a lot of control for the kind of like social access.
Oh great! Now we're on packet. Now we're on pack chunk
I love
6.
that. And so there's no
Oh,
like
boy.
PvP where someone could come destroy my home after I've.
I'm going to give it until 4 hours. Four hours, 4.5 hours. If by the 4 hour mark, 4.5 hour mark, we're not there, then I'll probably have to leave it for another day. Which I apologise for, but at least it was a stream, right? At least we got
Okay, great. We're
it was
keeping it
Palia
cozy,
related,
friendly.
right? We went over the Palia roadmap, went over the Palia letter, we talked about that, went into some serious topics. Well, I would argue serious topics, you know, like being able to pick, you know, your gender in games and stuff, and you know what that means and how the world has changed since I grew up and the time periods I'd like to be born in based on how I perceive the world and what I like and what I like and don't like about how the world is now versus how it was when I was growing up. We've covered a lot of stuff. You know, some things specific to Palia, some things not. We even played DJ Max Respect 5 for a bit until it got really laggy because, you know, the game was downloading and I've only got one PC. Well, technically I have 2, but I've moved my old PC, you know, I ain't using that right now. And to have 2 PC, to have a two PC setup with, you know, to stream, I'd have to have a capture card and I don't have one yet, so. But I'm looking into getting a capture card for 2 reasons. One, so I can stream, you know, my console, and also I'll be able to stream my mobile, so I can stream mobile games as well. Can't do that yet because I don't have a capture card, but that is on the list of things to get. I think the main one that I'm going to get next is a new pair of glasses. I was originally going to get VR lenses next, but I think my glasses are the main priority next. If I have enough money, I'll get my VR lenses as well. But I think the main priority is my glasses, then VR lenses, and then I'll capture card after that. So that's like the next step. My new glasses and VR lenses, and then a capture card. But I think my dentist is next month. I think maybe. So hold on, let me check when my dentist is. My dentist is on the 28th of September. So, and Mortal Kombat comes out next month as well. So, maybe not the VR lenses next month. The next month will be my glasses, Mortal Kombat, and then there's a dentist appointment as well. So, probably not next month, sadly, for VR lenses. Sorry. Like I had my VR, but I've got to get lenses for it because when I tried using it, my VR, my eyes are so bad that the PD distance on it, like the distance between the lenses, the distance between your eyes, that didn't, adjusting that didn't work for me. It's the actual distance, like, you know, length wise, from the images, you know, how the images are displayed versus how close they are to my eyes. Like I need a new prescription, and even though they're made, I think I read that they're made in mind for glasses. My glasses are a little funky in the sense that there's a little thing on the front that like pokes out, like a little like rim of the glass, the rim of the glasses, like between the lenses, there's like a little like little metal bit that pokes out. Outside of that, you know, my glasses are a little funky. But I'm not, you know, it'd be more comfortable to actually have lenses on the VR. You know, that way I don't have to wear my glasses all the time and using VR. So I'll have to get them, and they're not cheap either. They don't come cheap. So not only have I got to get a VR, then is the VR expensive? I've also got to then get, you know, a fucking pair of lenses for it because my eyes are shit. So that's fun. But yeah, I think the next thing to get is my new prescription because it's been years. It's been years. I need a new pair of glasses. It has been years. I need a new pair of glasses. Desperately need a new pair of glasses. So that's my next thing. That's the priority next. Originally, I think it was going to be my VR lens and then a prescription, and then my new prescription. But I think it's my new prescription is probably more of a priority. And because MK1 comes out next month, and I've got the dentist appointment next month, I think I'm going to have to pass on the VR lenses for next month, which is another month that I don't get to use my VR. But it is what it is. At least I've got it. And admittedly, if I didn't get it when I did, it's quite popular. It gets sold out often. I think it's in high demand. The one I've got is PSVR 2. It's in high demand. So, and with there's a developer that's making a driver for it to work on PC, and that's got a lot of attention. So when that comes out, so it can be used on PC with Steam VR and stuff, even unofficially, if it's a good driver and it looks to be good, you know, that's just going to make it even more in high demand. So it's a good thing I got it when I did, but it's kind of, you know, just in storage right now. I say in storage, it's literally under my table, under my desk. You know, but unfortunately, you know, at least I've got it. But it's annoying that I can't use it, you know, until I get lenses for it. So it's just sitting there gathering dust, which sucks. But yeah, that's my eyes for you. Anyway.
Okay, perfect. Getting this hanging plant exactly where Maddie wants it here so that the entryway looks perfect. I am here for it. Now, you had mentioned, Aiden, having multiple plots. Is there a limit to that at this moment?
It's definitely more than 2.
So
yeah.
that's really cool. So you can really have that communal aspect with friends and make your own little town plots, if you will, of sorts. That's very cool.
Town of plots.
Town of plots. There it is. I also, in games like this, really enjoy gardening, and I think a lot of folks watching can probably relate to that. So what do we have in terms of gardening? Olivia, walk us through what we're seeing just now.
You're placing another gardening plot, and then you get the hoe that allows you to till. I like how therapeutic this feels. It's very tactile. After that, you can plant your seeds. Maddie has a good variety of seeds. She's got tomatoes, she's got onions, she's got carrots.
Sorry.
And a cool thing about if you rotate your crops like that is you actually can get buffs from the tomatoes being next to the carrots. So if you're a min-maxer, you can do that. Or if you just like the look of one particular crop, you can do that. There's a lot of freedom in our gardening.
I'm not gonna min-max.
Right, I want to hear more about the garden. When it comes to
I don't care for gardening, man. That's why I say I don't care for farming. I do it for food. I do it for the food. That's it. I don't care about min-maxing.
I think Maxwell might do a good job of answering that.
Yeah, we try to make sure players are able to discover this themselves and expose that information. It's not hidden to you. And so we see the examine key there. If you press, again, default G, you'll be able to see the buffs that are being shared, as well as if you look at the seeds in your inventory, it'll give you a little hint about what to expect if you plant it next to a different crop. So.
Okay, great. And I see the bars as we're planting seeds. I saw the bars above that. What is that showing us?
That's the watering. So here we go. Maddie's gonna get some water in her watering can and then hop on over and make sure that the plants are well watered and ready to grow.
Well taken care of. The seeds will not grow if the soil is not watered. This is perfect. So is this done one square at a time? Is there a way to kind of water multiple, or is that getting into spoiler territory and we shouldn't talk about that today?
I think we could talk about it. Yeah, starting out, we're gonna give you some simple tools to get you going, but as you engage in the various skills, eventually you'll be able to craft higher tier of each of the tools. And so, you'll get a better watering can that will have maybe a wider cone to water crops and make it a little bit easier because you'll also get more soil plots, so you'll have a lot more plants to be taken care of at some point.
Level up.
Yep, level up.
Level it up. Now I see we're harvesting. When we harvest, do we have to start again from the seed phase? Do we get seeds as we harvest? How does that work, Aiden?
Yeah, it's definitely something that typically you'll start again, so you have to put seeds down. You can get seeds from a variety of sources in the game. Buying them at the store is kind of like the default basic. But we also have different kinds of seeds, like our tomato plants. You see we just harvested those, and they're going to regrow again. So you actually don't have to go back to the starting phase until you've done several harvests on a tomato plant.
This is where the min-maxers have spent a lot of time trying to spreadsheet out their plots to figure out how they can maximize kind of their earnings over a period of time.
It was really cool in the alpha to see players making these grids of how they were min-maxing the various spaces and kind of sharing that information. There was like a whole template that got developed for people thinking about this. And of course, you know, this is a live service game, so it's going to continue to evolve. So expect us to shuffle up that meta from time to time.
Yep.
And I love how much you guys,
great. There was an error.
Singularity 6.
Oh, boy,
really
oh,
do
boy,
listen to
boy.
and take that player feedback. So when you get grids and stuff like that, when you see players sharing those kind of things,
Let me try it again.
Do any of those things ever make it into the game?
Oh, absolutely.
Run as admin.
It's hard to understate the impact of the alpha phase that we've been in. We've done multiple external playtests through that, gotten so much great feedback, ideas. It's something that we pay a ton of attention to. So I really just wanted to say for a moment, thank you for everyone who has play tested and helped improve Palia over time. And for those of you who haven't gotten to be a part of it yet, you know, we've just been developing this arm and getting adjusted to having players be part of the experience. And this is something that's going to continue as we go into the beta phase.
That's awesome. Thank you, everyone. Ambrielle, because we didn't get your input on gardening, is there a favorite crop that you like to grow the most?
Oh, I mean, we talked about how you don't have to replant tomatoes, and that's really nice. I think you've got to have a good variety to do a little bit of the min-maxing. It's fun because if you want your garden to be super aesthetic, you can plant whatever you want and you're not going to get any downsides. There's no harm in just planting all tomatoes if you think that looks beautiful. But yeah, mixing and matching them gives you some fun bonuses.
Perfect. So whether you're going for beauty or min-maxing or a little bit of both, you'll be all set. All right, we touched on some of the villagers that live in Kilima Village, and I'd love to do a bit of more of an in-depth look at those villagers if we could. So let's walk through some of the villagers that we will meet in Kilima Village. Olivia, describe who we're talking to right now.
This is Zeki. He is a Grimulkin. The Grimulkins are cats from outer space. They're like libertarian space pirates, and they run. In addition to the regular store, Zeki also runs the Kilima branch of the Grimulkin Underground, and that's where you can get cool magical items, maybe some more high-tech stuff, because remember they are from space. So if you want some technology that's not something that would usually be available in like a small village, you can get that from the underground as well. But he's like one of my favorite characters to write. I love his animations. I love his sense of humor.
And Olivia, as our lore expert here on the panel, can you tell us again why some items might be more underground than others?
So I think I mentioned earlier, magic in Palia is a bit taboo. They grew up in the shadows of this human civilization that crumbled, and they were, a highly magical civilization, and so they have interpreted this as magic is dangerous.
Okay.
And so it's very regulated, and Zeki is against regulations, so whatever. It looks like we've gone to the city hall. This is Kenyatta. She's the daughter of the mayor, and she's kind of a rebellious teenager. She's been given this job as a way to like learn responsibility, but she's like pretty bored. She does not want to be working here. But the player coming and talking to her is like a good break in her day. So she always is welcoming the players when they come by City Hall.
Now, is Kenyatta also a romanceable option? I have to ask. Her style is so cool.
She is, and she has a very fun romance plot. We were very excited to write her romance.
I love it. And you said she exists in the world as the mayor's daughter?
Yes, she is the daughter of the mayor, who's like this kind of bumbling politician character, and the magistrate, who's his more like strict, sort of like upper crust, like Victorian aristocracy wife.
She knows how to get things done.
You know, she's great. I love Eshe.
I love that. Well, Ambrielle, I'm going to pick your brain on Kenyatta's look in just a bit later on in the stream because her style is so cool. And now we're looking at Olivia, who I said you had said earlier might be one of your favorite characters, yes?
Yeah, Einar is a Galder. Galders are basically robots made by the ancient humans, but they've been kind of hanging around Palia for thousands of years. And they were all programmed with something called the oneness. And that's like the one thing in the world that makes them happy. So Einar loves to fish. We have another Galder who loves to like take care of people. She used to be a nanny back in the day, so she's very caring, very loving. And we have a lot of fun Galder characters.
So the Galder follow their programming very closely, even though they were programmed thousands of years prior?
It has become a little bit disconnected. So like if there was a Galder who wanted to, or who was made to build houses, now they might say like, stack rocks by the beach and watch them fall. And the magistrate, who's his more like strict, sort of like upper crust, like Victorian aristocracy wife.
She knows how to get things done.
You know, she's great. I love Eshe.
I love that. Well, Ambrielle, I'm going to pick your brain on Kenyatta's look in just a bit later on in the stream because her style is so cool. And now we're looking at Olivia, who I said you had said earlier might be one of your favorite characters, yes?
Yeah, Einar is a Galder. Galders are basically robots made by the ancient humans, but they've been kind of hanging around Palia for thousands of years. And they were all programmed with something called the oneness. And that's like the one thing in the world that makes them happy. So Einar loves to fish. We have another Galder who loves to like take care of people. She used to be a nanny back in the day, so she's very caring, very loving. And we have a lot of fun Galder characters.
So the Galder follow their programming very closely, even though they were programmed thousands of years prior?
It has become a little bit disconnected. So like if there was a Galder who wanted to, or who was made to build houses, now they might say like, stack rocks by the beach and watch them fall. Because the oneness is in the act of doing the thing, it's not in the results. So I think that it's like a cool way to kind of talk about like, you know, that one thing that you really love and how that can evolve over time.
I love that. So it's like they're programmed with a passion,
yes,
but not with an end goal.
Exactly.
And we're going to see some really fun ways that the lore will play with this kind of concept over time. So it's interesting.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite things that like the writing team has had fun playing with and like taking it into a bunch of different directions.
That's awesome. Okay, so I asked if we had different romanceable villagers that we can speak to in Kill in a Village, and let's really get into this. How can I be friends with the folks I meet in Palia?
There are several ways to kind of gain friendship points. This is our friendship tracker. So you can see that Maddie is friendship level 2 with Ashura right now. But the several ways of getting to know them are you can talk to them. So you can talk to them once every Palian day, which resets every hour. You can also give them gifts. Once every real world day, and they have these special gifts that they like called weekly wants, and those you can discover through talking to the villagers what they want that week, or you can even talk to their friends. So if you're talking to Gina, she might tell you what her best friend Hecla wants that week, and once you learn it, it'll show up on the weekly want UI, and then you can give that to them for extra points.
That's really cool that you can get to know their friends. It makes it feel like a living, breathing society that you're a part of. That's awesome. Ambrielle, question for you. When you play games like Palia, or when you're playing Palia, do you like to focus on friendship and society first and foremost, or do you like to focus on your gardening and your home plot?
Oh, man.
Yeah, I think in games and in life, I'm more of an introvert. And so I'm usually focused a little bit more on skills, a little bit more on building my house. But like Olivia, my first priority is becoming best friends with A&R. And after that, mostly focused on the house.
This isn't too much of a spoiler because you learned it early on, but Einar will always accept shiny pebbles.
Yes.
And
secret.
you can find those through the various types of skill gameplay.
I'm pretty much always holding at least one just in case the
Yeah.
timer's up.
So I have to ask, is every villager we meet has their own friendship meter? Are they all romanceable?
They're not all romanceable.
Okay.
They're all friendable. So
Okay.
we wanted the main way that you get to know characters to actually be through their friendship, because you can have like really great relationships with people that you're not romantically involved with, right?
Sure, of course.
So like their main story is through their friendship, but certain characters also have a separate romance meter you can unlock. Once you're close enough friends with them, you can give them a romantic gift and enter in that romance, and that unlocks a new story.
And you can always see that on the UI, you know, which ones have the romance option that you can unlock. So if you want to check, you know, definitely an easy spot to go to.
And there may be some characters who are not romanceable yet that could be in the future. So it's always
Let us
something
know.
to
I
add.
really want.
And if you want to unlock all
Hopefully
the
we're able to
quests, I
play
like
this
pick off all the
for a
boxes. Is
bit.
it possible to romance more than one character within
4
Palia?
4 hours we've been at this. 4 hours we've been at this. Like, my word, man. I mean, it's gonna take time because I'm streaming at the same time, right? And you know, there was something to say about, like I said earlier, like I could have maybe ended the stream, download it, and then come back to it, but you know, that it may never. I may have got errors all day for the game, right? At least I got a stream in, you know, and it sucks that for the entirety of the stream we haven't been able to play the bloody game, but it is what it is. You know, at least we got a stream in, and we've watched the official first look at the game, right? We're watching the official first look. We looked at the roadmap. We talked about the articles. I think I said all this earlier as well. You know, we discussed Palia. You know, I've discussed it, and I've covered Palia, right? So even if we're not actively playing it, it has been a Palia themed stream for the most part. Obviously, you know, I played DJ Match Respect for a bit, you know, but I didn't think it would take this long to get around to playing the bloody game. But we will go for, I would say, another 10-20 minutes. We'll go until the end of this live stream. If by the end of this, by the end of this live stream, if by the end of this live stream the game still isn't ready to play, then I'll end the stream and I'll come back to it another day. Obviously, tomorrow is Cloudpunk, and then Wednesday is more Cloudpunk. Thursday, obviously, you know, I'm going to be needed constantly throughout the day, so I can't help I might stream Thursday, but it all depends. They shouldn't be more than an hour or two. I hope they're not. If they are, I'm going out. I'm generally going to go out for a walk. I will be here until I've already said that too. I'll be here until this time. If they're not done by this time, I'm going out, because I'm not being here all day, constantly being interrupted all day. Like if they're not done by this time, I'm going out. Like I'll be available and you know, willing to help out until this time. If by this time, you know, they're not done, I'm going out, because it's been a week and a half of this shit. Over a week and a half of this shit. So yeah, Cloudpunk tomorrow, Cloudpunk Wednesday, Thursday I don't think I'll be streaming. Friday, I don't know Friday. Visual Novel Saturday, so maybe more Palia Friday. We'll watch the end of this live stream. If it's not done by the end of this live stream, you know, I'll end the stream. If it does end up being done, then I'll stream for like another 2 hours. I'll say another 2 hours or so of actually, so 4 hours of actually getting around to play, getting the game to work, and then 2 hours of actually playing the game. Right, so I think an hour or two of playing the game, I think.
The state of the game we're in right now, you know, again, like we're a living, breathing world. It kind of like as far into a romantic relationship you can get is kind of like the early courting stage. So you're allowed to romance as many people in that stage as you want. At the end of their romance plotline, they'll give you something called a pin, which means they really like you. And then you can wear that pin and people will comment on, oh, you're dating so-and-so, that's awesome. And you can equip up to 2 pins.
That is the cutest thing I've ever heard, and I am here for it. All right, so as I said, I love to go on quests, whether they're romanceable quests, non-romanceable quests. So let's go ahead and go on a quest and see what that looks like. So for Maxwell, describe to us where we're going right now and what we're about to see.
Yeah, so we're jumping into a quest a little bit into the game now where the player, as they've been exploring kind of these ancient ruins, has come upon a bit of a barrier for themselves, and they've been directed to find Najuma, who, Olivia, if you want to give a quick intro for Najuma.
Yeah, Najuma is the miner's daughter, so Hodari's daughter, and she is kind of a shy teenager, and she's an inventor, but a lot of her inventions are kind of dangerous, so her dad doesn't really like her doing that kind of stuff. But one of the things she's invented is a glider, and Gina knows about this glider, the archaeologist, so she is told to hunt down Najuma to build the glider so that you can kind of explore those ruins further.
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna have to make this glider, we're gonna have to go do a little bit of gameplay and find some materials.
Okay, perfect. And is there a reason that Najuma is the one who is like the keeper of the glider, if you will?
It's just because it was her invention.
Got it.
So
Cool.
that's she's the only one who knows how to make them.
I see, but soon we will learn how to make them. So Maddie is now gathering the resources, yes, and we'll gather the resources needed, and then where do we go from there, Maxwell?
Yeah, so looks like we're gonna do it the hard way and manually go through, chop some trees. We need to get some leather, so that means we're gonna have to do a little bit of hunting. And then lastly, get some fabric, which we can grow cotton at the home plot. So we're collecting everything we can here, and I think once we get that, we'll be able to go back and use some of our auto crafters on the home plot to make the final pieces required. So.
Now, when you said Maddie's doing this the hard way, that leads me to believe that you would play this differently?
Yeah, I hate growing cotton myself, so I tend to just buy it from Tish's shop and jump straight ahead and make this quest a little easier on myself.
Got it. And you buy it from the shop because you're trading it, or how does that work?
Yeah, so a number of our NPCs or villagers run shops, and we try to make sure that players always have an option available to them if they don't want to engage in a particular system. So in this case, you know, I don't really like to make the fabric myself, so I'll go to her shop and just get it myself.
Play the way you want to play.
Play the way you want to play.
I love that. Well, I mean, that's the thing with a game that you're going to exist in for tens, potentially hundreds of hours. Having the option to play the way you want to play is really important.
Absolutely. It's been a core part that we tried to build into Palia kind of throughout the experience the whole time. So, and also the alphas really helped us kind of tune in parts of that just, you know, to the right balance.
Excellent. And I see it looks like we're really putting together this glider piece by piece. Olivia, how do we make a glider if it's not too much of a spoiler?
It's not. So right now you're making wood planks with our auto crafter system. Maxwell can probably tell you a little bit more about how the auto crafters work, but you're going to be making fabric and planks and and leather and all the ingredients you need for the glider.
Yeah, and so a player over time will acquire a number of auto crafters in various skills to help them, you know, refine the raw materials they collect out in the world and turn it into, you know, higher tier objects that they can, you know, make furniture with, or we saw earlier, like adding that addition to the house, which requires you to get the planks created.
Yeah, that's a lot of resources, I would imagine. So we've got a bunch of things going at the same time here. Do we finally have everything we need to make this glider, or we have a couple steps left?
I think we just have to get all the items back to Najuma so that she can put it together.
Yeah, it looks like we skipped ahead here. All the autocrafters work on a real-time system, so
Okay.
there is a little bit of time once you put your stuff in there that you'll have to wait. But
you know what? I like that because there's so much to do in Palia that if I have to wait 5 minutes for leather, then that means I can go out and catch some insects or do some hunting or, put some time into
No, that she's trying to justify why. That's actually a good thing that it makes you wait. Like, no, it's just it's a system in place. You don't just do everything instantly, right? It's a time gated system. That's all it is. It's a sorry if you can't hear me very well. I'm actually leaning back in my chair because I'm waiting for this to be done. It's a time gated system, right? And I would argue it's designed so that you can't just rush ahead, right? You can't just do everything instantly. Things take time because, in real life, things would take time, right? You can't just do things instantly, otherwise it's boring. It makes you wait so that you can't just, do everything instantly, right? That it's a time gated system. It's not, she's just trying to put a spin on it, like, well, that's good because there's so much to do. It's like, yeah, but if say I only want to do that one thing, then I've got to wait around now for like an hour. Say like I've got to craft several materials, and each batch takes 5 minutes, and I need several batches of that one thing. So now I've got to wait around for an entire bloody hour, right? That's not fun. That's not enjoyable. Yeah, but you could do other stuff. So I don't want to do other stuff. So that is the only thing I want to do. Now I've got to wait for an entire hour twiddling my thumbs, waiting for it to be crafted. I get it, she's trying to put a positive spin on it, but it's like, come on. It's a time-gated system, and the purpose of it being there is maybe for a little bit of realism and so that players can't just rush ahead, right? There's a progression, right? Like that, it takes time to do stuff, right? So you can't just get everything at once and progress too fast too quickly, right? There's reasons why that you have to wait. It's not because it gives you time to do other stuff. Yes, anybody with a brain will look at that and go, okay, I've got to wait an hour. I'll go do some other stuff whilst I'm waiting, right? That, what she's saying isn't wrong. You can do other stuff whilst you're waiting, but she's trying to word it in the sense of, oh, it's good that it's like it. It's like, no, it's not. No one enjoys waiting around for stuff to get done. Nobody likes waiting around. Me, especially people like me, I'm impatient. I don't want to wait around for an entire hour for several batches of something to be crafted. That's fucking boring. But, yeah, what she's saying isn't wrong. You can go and do other stuff, but that's not a reason to have the system in place.
To another skill that I may not have had the time to invest in before. So I feel like it's really encouraging.
So it does that. I've got hardware acceleration turned on and off, right? And it does that for some reason. I think I turned it off at one point, but then I was like, no, I'll turn it back on.
Encouraging a really mixed gameplay experience.
Sorry about that. Yes? I don't want to blind anybody.
If you maybe want to take a break at a time, you can load up your auto crafters, take the break, come back, and things will be ready for you.
I mean, bio breaks, come on. Who needs that? Who needs that? All right, we're back.
Bio breaks. Just say you're going for a piss. You're going to the toilet. Hey, BRB, I've got to go for a shit. But it's rude to say like that. It's disrespectful. No, it isn't disrespectful. Everybody has to shit and piss, alright? I'm not gonna... Gotta go for a bio break. So fuck me, go say you're going for a piss. Jesus.
To Najuma now. We've got all the supplies. So now Najuma is going to assemble this forest. You said this isn't something we need to craft on the workbench?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
You craft on
Up my mic, I apologize.
You can craft an infinite number of times. The glider you only craft once. So Najuma does it for you.
That's awesome. All right, now you talk about maybe fishing or playing together. I certainly want to play with my friends in multiplayer. Can we talk about how multiplayer works within Palia? Ambriel.
Yeah, there's tons of things that you can do in Palia with your friends, and most of them are better for it. All of the skills that we looked at previously have some bonuses for buddying up, like we're seeing here.
Okay, so we're buddying up and doing it together. And do we share the resources that we're gathering here? Is there a shared loot system? How does that work?
Yeah, so anytime you're playing with friends or even just random folks in the world, as long as you participate in the activity, we want to make sure everyone gets the same kind of rewards. So we've got 2 players here that are chopping the tree. Both of them receive a loot pile that they can pick up and acquire. And that holds true across all of our various skills. So we really want to make sure players don't feel like they are kind of taking away from another player and allow them to join up and have fun together.
Great, that makes sense. And I think I'm seeing, now that Taylor and Maddie are teamed up here, they're chopping down these trees twice as fast. So is there a world where I could get 5 or 6 friends together to really just go through a whole area and we're all getting the loot? So it's just like a great way to get lots of loot.
Definitely possible.
Okay.
Some of our players have do what they call deforestation efforts on sides of the map where they'll group together and try to clear out a zone. We also have a couple opportunities where we really want you to join with some friends. So you may see certain trees out in the wilderness that you're gonna need to partner up to really take out.
Oh, wow, like just like a really massive tree.
Massive tree, or maybe something a little magical.
Oh, I love it. Okay, no more spoilers. I'll be quiet on that one. It looks like Maddie and Taylor now are fishing. Is there more to fishing together than just having really great conversations? Or is it, kind of like being away from the keyboard where you're fishing with a friend over, over a drink or something like that?
Yeah, so as long as you fish near another player, you actually both start to receive a little bit of a buff while playing. We also have an option where, and I love doing this, but if someone's struggling with the fishing minigame and you're able to walk up to them, you can give them a little bit of encouragement to help save them in that moment and help them catch that fish. And it's a really great, lovable moment that people can do together.
Can multiple people offer fishing on that one? It looks like Maddie and Taylor now are fishing. Is there more to fishing together than just having
Let's get back to this point, sorry.
Fabric, which we can grow cotton at the home plot. So we're collecting everything we can here, and I think once we get that, we'll be able to go back and use some of our auto crafters on the home plot to make the final pieces required.
Okay.
If you want to take a break at a time, you can load up your auto crafters, take the break, come back, and things will be ready for you.
I mean, bio breaks, come on, who needs that? Who needs that? All right, we're back to Najuma now. We've got all the supplies. So now Najuma is going to assemble this for us. You said this isn't something we need to craft on the workbench?
Yeah, so the things that you craft in the workbench are things that you can craft an infinite number of times. The glider you only craft once, so Najuma does it for you.
That's awesome. All right, now you talk about maybe fishing or playing together. I certainly want to play with my friends in multiplayer. Can we talk about how multiplayer works within Palia? Ambriel.
Yeah, there's tons of things that you can do in Palia with your friends, and most of them are better for it. All of the skills that we looked at previously have some bonuses for buddying up, like we're seeing here.
Okay, so we're buddying up and doing it together. And do we share the resources that we're gathering here? Is there a shared loot system? How does that work?
Yeah, so anytime you're playing with friends or even just random folks in the world, as long as you participate in the activity, we want to make sure everyone gets the same kind of rewards. So we've got 2 players here that are chopping the tree. Both of them receive a loot pile that they can pick up and acquire. And that holds true across all of our various skills. So we really want to make sure players don't feel like they are kind of taking away from another player and allow them to join up and have fun together.
Great, that makes sense. And I think I'm seeing, now that Taylor and Maddie are teamed up here, they're chopping down these trees twice as fast. So is there a world where I could get 5 or 6 friends together to really just go through a whole area and we're all getting the loot? So it's just like a great way to get lots of loot.
Definitely possible.
Okay.
Some of our players have do what they call deforestation efforts on sides of the map where they'll group together and try to clear out a zone. We also have a couple opportunities where we really want you to join with some friends. So you may see certain trees out in the wilderness that you're gonna need to partner up to really take out.
Oh, wow. Like just like a really massive tree.
Massive tree, or maybe something a little magical.
Oh, I love it. Okay, no,
Like, I didn't know that. So that means if I'm a loner and I don't have any friends and I'm doing it on my on my own, I'm gonna have to ask people to help. I'm gonna have to ask people to join up with me. I get that on one hand because it's a social MMO, and you know that's the whole point of the game, right? To work together, right? To that sometimes you have to ask the help of other players. But it's like, well, I'm a loner. So if there's gonna be certain quests or certain materials I'm not gonna be able to get unless I partner up with people. It's kind of annoying. I get it on one hand, but like, come on. Now I'm gonna have to be socially awkward, and now I've got to step out my little bubble and be like, okay, anybody? Hello? Yeah, hello, how are you? Yeah, can you help me with this tree? Alright, thanks, bye.
no more spoilers. I'll be quiet on that one. It looks like
Forcing me to be social. How dare you? How very dare you?
Fishing. Is there more to fishing together than just having really great conversations, or is it, kind of like being away from the keyboard where you're fishing with a friend over, over a drink or something like that?
Yeah, so as long as you fish near another player, you actually both start to receive a little bit of a buff while playing. We also have an option where, and I love doing this, but if someone's struggling with the fishing minigame and you're able to walk up to them, you can give them a little bit of encouragement to help save them in that moment and help them catch that fish. And it's a really great, like, lovable moment that people can do together.
Can multiple people offer fishing encouragement to one player?
Yep, you can all join in and try to, cheer them on and make sure that they succeed.
All right, I feel like next time I'm in Palia, I want to get a bunch of friends together and just be the fishing cheering squad and applaud everyone so that they can catch whatever fish they like. I think that's maybe the way I'm going to play it moving forward.
If you want, you can catch the fish for me and give me the fish. Let's say no to that.
Ambrielle, have you had any experience with the cheering on friends in fishing?
Oh yeah, especially like we've been talking about, the minigame is a little tricky to get the hang of because it's not super simple, and once you get in there it's definitely approachable. But yeah, some of those more rare fish, the ones with stars, they're pretty hard to catch, and so it's always great to run by and cheer for your friends. Even more fun when you don't know the player, to just run by and have a nice little moment and then carry on with what you're doing.
I always go and clap someone whenever I see them catch a fish. I'll just run up and clap, and then
the way you worded that, I always go up and clap someone. I mean, that's one way to thank somebody, but that's the one way to cheer somebody on, I guess.
It's a little random act of kindness to bring positivity to someone's day.
Absolutely.
I'm here for it. So, I mean, at least with gatherings so far, with fishing and the things we've seen, do you think it's safe to say that, Palia can be made even better with friends, if you will? It's fun single player, but when you pair up with friends, you're getting more rewards faster, you're getting that positivity in fishing. Is it safe to say that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's been one of our core philosophies in designing any of the skills, is that, we want you to be able to do things by yourself, but we really want to make sure it's better when you engage with other players. And, an example here that we're seeing, this is the honey lure, which is a later stage item in the game for our insect catching skill. It's open to anyone to come in, and so players that acquire these and craft them, they usually like to call out in the servers of like, hey, I've got a honey lure, anyone want to join up and we'll catch some insects? And so anyone can come in and start to, jump into this party where you can see in the screen there's tons of insects just showing up now. And they can also combo if, one of the rare insects show up here and try to catch it together, so.
And how would you combo to catch an insect?
Yeah, so as long as you try to throw your smoke bomb at one of the insects with your friend, you'll be considered as participating in that, and we'll reward you on it. And each time a player adds their smoke bomb to it, we give a little bit of an extra chance to catch the insect.
We also just have different smoke bomb types. So you might just have a basic one, and you might have a special one that has some sort of effect on the bug that makes it easier to catch.
Yes.
Okay, so pairing up with friends who have special smoke bombs is the pro tip I'm hearing right now. And now we're moving into hunting together. Ambrielle, what would be the benefit of hunting together?
Yeah, so if you have terrible aim like me, it is helpful to have someone with better aim come with you, or even two people with bad aim. You'll get there. We're pretty forgiving with the hitboxes, but you can sneak up on these Sernuk for, depending on the tier of your bow and how skilled you are in hunting, they're going to take more than one shot, which means you're going to be really running around, and they're very fast and hard to keep up with. So having 2 shots or even more in a hunting party can really help, especially in the early game.
Okay, and I'm guessing that this works similar to insect catching, where anyone who participates in the hunting may get credit and may get the overall loot and resource for hunting, correct?
Correct. As long as you're trying to take that shot, we'll count it.
Awesome. And I see some farming together.
Really running around, and they're very fast and hard to keep up with. So having 2 shots or even more in a hunting party can really help, especially in the early game.
Okay, and I'm guessing that this works similar to insect catching, where anyone who participates in the hunting may get credit and may get the overall loot and resource for hunting, correct?
Correct. As long as you're trying to take that shot, we'll count it.
Awesome. And I see some farming together. Are we gardening together just to get it done faster? Is that the thought here?
Yeah, so you can always join your friend's house at their house and help them do a little bit of gardening by watering their crops or tilling their soil.
But I assume that it's not the same style of shared loot when it comes to harvesting, because you don't want everyone to come and harvest all your crops.
Yeah, this is one instance where you'll get the items yourself. Your friend isn't going to be able to steal your garden crops from you, as funny as that might be with some close friends. So
whoever's plot it is, that's whose harvest it is.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. Great. Okay, perfect. Thank you for sharing that. Now, what is that menu we just looked at? Is that a little emote menu?
It is, yeah. So this is what you would do exactly to cheer somebody on in fishing, but you can also just do it for fun when you're with your friends.
Celebrating a great harvest with Jay. All right, now that we've harvested, this is the first time we're taking a look at cooking. Tell me how we cook, what the benefits of cooking are, and kind of how all of that works.
Yeah, so this is
Other really exciting thing that we wanted to show off today, which is looking at our first adventure zone, Bahari Bay.
Cool. Bahari Bay. It looks very mysterious.
Where our first zone that we've been looking through, Kilima, compared to this zone, which is meant to be our title for them, our adventure zones, we're really trying to capture this sense of exploration, this kind of greater sense of scale.
Don't get me wrong, the music's really good. It's just probably heavily copyrighted. So I'm like, nah, mate. I can't. That's just everything that's stream safe, you know. All right, well, I mean, I skipped ahead like what, like half an hour or whatever, but I don't think we're gonna be playing it today. Sadly, it's taking forever to download, constant crashing, constant errors. You know, I've uninstalled it, re-downloaded it, crashing. I think I had to like reopen it once or twice, you know, to get it to keep downloading, to keep erroring out. It's just giving constant errors, so I don't think I'm going to get around to playing it again today, you know, which really sucks because it's almost 4.5 hours of me doing my best to fill the time and try and, you know, I didn't realize it would take this long. I didn't realize it would take this long. And, you know, that's partly because of my internet not being the best, but also, you know, just the game bugging out, right? Crapping out. Maybe I shouldn't have re-downloaded the whole game, you know, I should have just kept relaunching it and hope, you know, but I didn't realize it would take this long, give me this much hassle. I didn't realize. But anyway, you know, that will be that. That will be that. There you go. So yeah, thanks so much for watching, everybody. Apologize, you know, that it's taken this long. You know, that we didn't even get around to playing the game, but unfortunately, you know, it's being buggy. So it looks like we will be playing this maybe Thursday or Friday. Thursday, if, you know, if the day goes smooth and they're done by the afternoon, which they should be, because it shouldn't take that long to do what's left. If they're done by the afternoon, then great. I might stream that. I might stream Thursday. But if it ends up being more work for some stupid bloody reason, then I will stream Friday, Palia Friday, which sucks. It sucks. But at the end of the day, you know, I want to do more. I want to make up for the Cloudpunk stream I missed last week. So that way 2 streams this week instead of 1. And I don't want to burn myself out streaming too much. So, you know, Cloudpunk tomorrow, then more Cloudpunk Wednesday. And then Thursday, we'll see, depending on how the day goes. And then Friday, maybe Palia. Saturday's a visual novel. And then Sunday, I might just take Sunday off. So I might take Thursday and Sunday off and then stream Palia Friday. We'll see. I'll obviously let the game keep downloading now. And hopefully, you know, if I get the game to work off stream, then I'll do the stream. Because I don't want to do... I'm going to do another stream of this. It was bad enough doing this stream where I didn't get to play the game. I'm not going to do a whole nother stream of this. So, we'll see what happens. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate you being here. You know, I'm sorry I didn't get around to playing the actual game, but hopefully you enjoyed, you know, being here all the same. Thank you to Nora Charlotte for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Appreciate the follow, and I hope you're doing okay. And I hope you have a good rest of your day, no good rest of your week. Thank you to Starlit Balance for the follow. Thank you to Amy Maltez for the follow. And it was yesterday, but thank you to Kat, who's a friend of mine, for the follow yesterday. You know, it was yesterday, you know, I'll say thank you anyway. And yeah, for everyone else here who's lurking away, I hope that you've enjoyed the stream, despite me not actually getting around to playing the game. Hopefully you still got to enjoy it. And for those of you who are interested in playing Palia, who, you know, have watched this stream to see what the game's like, hopefully you've got a good idea of what the game is about and, you know, got a good impression of the game. You know, and you've got you got some information that helps you, you know, gain a better insight into the game to see if you want to play it or not. It is open beta, so you can download it from their site, and hopefully, you know, fingers crossed, you don't run into the same issues I have today. Because I was playing it up fine up to this point. It's just today for some reason it's giving me errors. Bummer. Anyway, thanks so much for watching, everybody. Whether, you know, hope you have been social attempt to something like first, second, third, one and a half, fourth. Audio only. If I've been social attempt to any extent, I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your week. If, you know, you're working a week, hope you're able to get through it and you're able to work towards having, you know, some time off. And yeah, take care. Subscribe. I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow for some Cloudpunk. To my knowledge, I haven't got anything taxing to do tomorrow, so, you know, until Thursday. So I've got time to relax and chill and, you know, get around to streaming. So, and stay tuned for me uploading clips to YouTube and TikTok. I'll be uploading some clips. So, even though I didn't get around to playing Palia today, you'll still be able to see some clips of Palia leading up to Friday. So, yeah, thanks so much for everybody. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Subscribe. I'll see you guys later. Bye.